Good morning, everyone. I request all the delegates to please take their seats. We're about to start the interactive session in 5 minutes. I further request all the participants to please occupy the front seats. I request all the participants to please occupy their seats.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll begin the interactive session with President and Council members of ICSI shortly. Request all the delegates to make use of this golden opportunity and make the session more lively.
Good morning, one and all present over here. We are about to begin the session. Firstly, I welcome you all to the second day National Conference of Corporate Company Secretaries. I welcome all the members who are attending the session virtually as well. Corporate Company Secretaries, your one confirmation on the borrowing limits of a corporate makes the lenders lend thousands and crores of money. Your disclosure, announcement, confirmations over the stock exchange platforms builds in a system of trust with the regulators. In short, and to sum up, the company secretaries are one of the pillars that are helping build this nation as a very strong economy. On this note, I, Madhulika Mishra, then a corporate CS, now a practicing CS, first of all urge you all to clap for yourselves for all the efforts you put day in and day out to grow this economy. Thank you. On this note, I would like to invite all the council members onto the dais and to take the interactive session ahead. And I also invite the Secretary of ICSI to be on the dais. Meanwhile, can we have a huge round of applause for them? Sound system, can you please assist there?
Good morning all. Good morning to each and everyone present here in offline mode as well as the participants attending in online mode. I welcome you all to this interactive session. Today I have my council members and secretary of ICSI present here for interacting with members. I'm aware that there are 2-3 pertinent issues on which you might be having questions. So first I will introduce my council members. We have B. Narsianji, so one of the council members with full of energy, and he's been heading Secretarial Standards Committee and involved in various activities including disciplinary committee, and he's been one of the pillars for the institute when it comes to the working. Next we have Ashish Garg, past president of institute. In 2020, in the most difficult times, he led the institute, and whatever we are doing program in a hybrid mode is a thought process of this person, and he is heading international committee. This year we did the first international conference at Dubai, so it was a thought process of Ashish ji. He is deeply involved in various other activities also, like whatever you are looking at the IIM programs. It is his brainchild, and he is really passionate about all this academic development of our profession and the institute. So I think he deserves a big round of applause from all of you. Next we have Ranjit Pandeji, our past president, and he was the president for the first year for this particular term. He is involved in n number of activities. The most important is chapter regulations, elections, and syllabus academic review, academic committee. And I think he's, yeah, so he is heading so many committees. So I'm just telling you that he is the person who is actually dealing with very tricky issues when it comes to syllabus. Yeah, syllabus is something which is going to have a big impact on our profession in years to come. So he is heading that particular committee. He is also chairman of CLGC, that is Company Law and Governance Committee, wherein we make all the representations to ministry. We informally deal with a lot of issues which are faced by the members with the ministry, and he is the one who actually does so many things for members and students. So I think he also deserves a big round of applause from all the members. Ashish Mohanji, it is his own hometown, so I would just say that he is the person who is leading all administrative issues. It's really a tough situation every day. Every day he is facing difficult situations, and I must appreciate that the way he is handling the matters with ease and cool and calmness. I must appreciate his efforts. So we all should appreciate his efforts. On my left, we have Nagendra Rao, immediate past president. He is the source of energy, one of the most genuine person I have ever seen working for the institute, a hardcore member of the team. He is heading COE and lot of other activities he is involved in, like in syllabus he is also playing a very vital role. And whenever it comes to future of the profession, he holds a very important aspect, and he will always come out with a different thought process, different out of box ideas. So I must appreciate his efforts. Thank you very much. Next is CS Sandeep Kejiwal, the youngest member of the council, because he was elected just last year to fill up the casual vacancy in East, and I must say that he has groomed himself so well in this short span of time. He is heading PCS committee, one of the committee which is most important for the institute, because practicing company secretaries do have different issues and different questions. All the questions, guidelines he is taking care of. This year he has on his own taken a task to actually consolidate all the guidelines applicable to practicing company secretaries. So I think he deserves all the wishes and good luck. Next we have Allada Raoji is from your region, one of the Central Council member who comes out with different ideas, different questions, and he keeps on raising certain points which are pertinent for the time being as well as for the future. He is the Vice Chairman for Auditing Standard Board and actively participating in all activities of our institute. I must appreciate his efforts. Sometimes he acts as a devil's advocate also, so I must appreciate his that particular thing also, because he keeps on raising certain points which President has to answer. So I think he plays a very, very important role in this year's working of the institute. Last but not the least, we have Hitendra Mehta ji. He is heading the research committee, one of the learned council members who look after research areas, and he's coming out with, I think, 5 topics for research this year. So a very vibrant council member we have. So we are the vice president of our institute is unwell, Manish Gupta ji. So he is not present here. So even though he is omnipresent, but presently physically he is not able to travel here. So I also would like you to give big round of applause to Manish Gupta ji. So this is the team of institute, and we all are there to give comfort to our members. It is always like we are amongst you. You people have actually elected us or selected us to represent you, and we are one of you. We are not different from you. Whatever issues you face as practicing company secretary or company secretary in employment, even we face. So we are same. We don't have a separate website to work on. We don't have a separate LLP website wherein we can upload our forms. Our offices also face the same issues. So there are 3 pertinent issues which we are facing at this point of time. Let me tell you that the first and foremost you all must be asking me is, I know what are the questions which are going to come. The first question would be definitely MCA LLP website. Let me tell you that this entire process of converting into version 3 started in 2019-20, when MCA came up with the first BOQ, the bid process in 2019. They decided to have a website which will be artificial intelligence based and which will be capturing all the data at one go. So whatever you are doing today is the basic data entry. And once you start using this, you all might have used software, the compliance software. In compliance software, first you will have to put in the data, and then later on it will be easy for you to work on it. This is the thought process with which they came out. For first 6 months they did not get any vendor to work for it, so nobody bidded for that. So they extended the timeline. All these things are available publicly also, and then they came out with this new system. It was delayed because of COVID and other reasons, and recently they have launched it for LLP. So before they launched it for LLP, they wanted institute to handhold certain things. So we had given them a team of 65 company secretaries all across India. So 15 from each of the region we selected, and we prepared a committee. We constituted a committee, and that committee worked on different forms. And the only issue was they gave us the dummy user ID, dummy passwords and dummy logins on which the entire team of the institute worked. At the end, we gave them all the suggestions that these are the errors in the form, these are the problems in the form, and so now you can go ahead. When they actually launched, the first problem came in registration, which we did not test. So for that, what we did, we created a Google form. We wanted you people to come on that Google form, give us the problem so that we can give it to the MCA, and MCA will resolve it. So we started this on daily basis. 2 emails are going, one at 11 o'clock and one at 2 o'clock. For capturing all the queries which we are receiving, we are bifurcating it into a general problem which has been faced by all the members and specific problem. Like for example, my personal email ID, my personal PAN is attached into user, so I'm not able to register myself. So this is a personal problem, not a general problem. So we are bifurcating it and sending it to ministry. I personally had, me and Ranjit ji, we both, as he heads CLGC, we met MCA officers almost 10 to 15 times, giving them all the details about the problems which are being faced by our members and and even corporates for that matter. Initially, there were strict norms. So first thing is they want one person, one PAN, one user ID, one digital signature. So this is the thought process which MCA came up with. We as practicing company secretary had opened n number of accounts in version 2. And that we are not able to transfer it to version 3. And there is a PAN linkage problem and so many other issues. So now we have given them all the representations. We conducted webinars. I hope that you all have attended those webinars. We created that Google form. All the issues were informed to them. Slowly they are building up these things. And if whatever queries are coming, they're resolving it. Like initially the name was not editable, the date of birth was not editable. Now the things are more of editable, and now you can create your user IDs. The user ID registration is picking up. Even though there are many issues which are there, every issue has been flagged by your institute to the ministry as well as the vendor who is actually handling this particular matter. So I would assure you on behalf of the institute that your institute has taken each and every step they can to flag off all your issues, whatever you are facing, to the ministry and LTI. They are working on it. So even yesterday, I had one virtual meeting with LTI. I informed them that what best we can do, how best we can do, and how we will resolve these issues. Let me tell you that we are in the month of May. In June or July, they are coming out with company law module also. So we have requested them that you come out with company law module only after LLP module is settled, well settled, and you come into the 3-4 phases. So 10 forms each. So 10 forms in first phase, 10 forms in second phase. So intermediately there will be 2 systems working, version 2 and version 3 for few of the forms. So that is how we have requested them. Yesterday, if you all can go to the institute website, you can see the latest representation given by your institute asking for relaxation of additional fees which are being charged on a daily basis. Second, we have asked for opening of certain forms which are not taken on record because of the system failure. We were not able to resubmit, and we were not able to resubmit. So we are asking for reopening of it, and we are asking for additional time for resubmission. So all these, and also the extension for form number 11, which the due date is 30th of May. So these all things your institute is doing for giving you the comfort, trying to help. Whatever issues you are facing, we are sending it to MCA and trying to resolve it. So this is the first pertinent matter. If you have any questions on MCA, we will take it first. So over to you. I know that many people want to ask questions. You can ask questions. I have told you what institute has done. Even ministry is aware about all the things and they are working on it. So let me assure you, next 10 days, I think most of the issues will get resolved. Yes. Over to you, if any questions you have. Yes, please.
Hello, everyone. This question is pertaining to the IEPF, which is a part of the MCA. Now, we have transferred all the dividends to the IEPF, and then shareholders come after some time to claim the dividends and the shares therefrom. And we have persistently seen that the IEPF constantly rejects all the valid applications as well, without assigning any reason. We have asked them, we have filed again and again with the IEPF through the MCA, but people say that keep on filing after 3 months, 6 months, even paying the late fees. I don't see any reason why one should pay late fees when the application is valid and the company has gone through the application, has gone through the documents, and it is a valid request from the genuine shareholder. But still it is rejected. Can the institute do something with the IEPF authorities here?
Yes. May I know your good name, please?
I'm Amit Parekh from Thomas Cook.
Okay. No problem. So, see, we are aware about these issues also, wherein there are few issues with IEPFA. Even I will add one more issue which is happening is, even after clearance of all the forms, the shares are not getting transferred to the person, to the shareholder. So that is also one issue which has been faced. We have flagged all those issues to the IEPFA authority. You must be aware, on 29th of this month, 29th April, we did one webinar with IEPFA authority. That was a fallback of the representations made by your institute. and we asked that there are these issues. So you please tell us that what is going wrong, what is the problem. Now they are saying that they are not rejecting the forms just like that. There is some reason on which they are rejecting it, and the process time, which was earlier a very longer period, now they have come down to 2 days. That is what their feedback is.
Right.
Yeah.
So as a fallout of this 29th April, I believe we got a response from the IEPFA for the first time, and saying that there is a technical glitch.
Yeah.
That's the common answer that we encounter from them. And they, for the first time, they have mentioned, you can please contact such and such person on such and such email ID.
Correct. Right. So so we are putting up all the things which are coming to the institute. So whenever we receive any email, we may not immediately reply to that particular email, but we make sure that we are working on it. So
Sure.
so I hope that these problems will also get resolved pretty soon.
Yeah, I hope so, because
Yeah.
the genuine shareholder is facing a lot
I
of
completely understand.
difficulty.
Yeah, I completely understand. Thank you.
Good morning, I am George from Cochin itself.
Good morning.
I'm really happy to know that the institute has already taken up for waiver of the additional fee. But one request that I think the institute should make to MCA is that whenever we raise a ticket, that is within a week's time they should respond. I have taken 2 tickets, it's more than 15 days, there is no response at all.
Yeah, so actually what is happening, the problem is we are raising ticket, and when we don't get a solution for that, we don't reopen it. We create a new ticket. So it goes back into the pool. So that is a process which we need to understand, that whenever we raise a ticket and we don't get a satisfactory reply to it, we should reopen that ticket.
We don't get a reply at all.
No, but see.
I have raised 2 tickets, 2
Okay.
weeks, there is absolutely no reply.
Okay. So now what we have done is, MCA has asked us for few technical people who can work on forms also as well as on IT also. So we are providing them few resource people. Those resource people will now work in their help desk. So they will understand that, okay, this is the problem which has been faced by a person who is actually filling up the form. So now onwards, I think within 5 to 10 days, you will see that the quality of reply which you are getting from the help desk would be much better, and which is closer to the reality of forms. So I would definitely, we know this particular problem and we have already worked on it. We are giving on our own few resource people for working on these particular problems.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tyson Khumri. I'm from Bombay.
Yes.
I want to add to something what Mr. Parekh said.
Yes.
Is the institute aware that there are entities floating around in Bombay by the name of so-called wealth creators
Yes.
who undertake to get the shares and the dividends from IEPF, and you know what is the fees they quote? 20% to 50%, and they get the job done.
Yes.
So how come they can do it and we can't do it? And they're open enough in boasting. We have all the contacts in IPF. We can get it done, and they are able to do it.
Yeah, so see, actually, whenever we have spoken to IPFA, they are saying that, see, it's a contactless office anyways. So they have, the process which MCA has adopted is, it's a contactless office. Just like CRC, you cannot go and visit IPFA authority. This is what the process is. Now, if they are getting it approved, I'm really not aware how they are getting it approved. And we are, even government is aware about such people, such agencies which are working, and they are trying to find out the way how to restrict such people. I'm aware about this
It's not a
particular
question
fact.
of restriction. It's a question is, when we go and we try to search these are the unclaimed dividends or the shares, we don't get the details so fast. They get them. They get them the right to the individual shareholders and tell them these are the number of shares under this folio.
But that
how
is-
come they are able to access and we are not able to access?
No. Sir, public information is available for the dividend.
No, sir. No, sir. Let me tell you, I have tried it out.
Okay.
I've got 3 clients like this.
Okay.
I fed in all permutations and combinations of the name.
Okay.
I'm not able to get those details.
Okay.
And my client comes and tells me, here, this is it. These are the number of shares.
Okay.
How did you
I
get
will.
it? Well,
yeah,
we got it from
sure.
this so-and-so party.
Sure, sure. I'll flag off this issue again.
Yeah.
So, availability of data, see whatever information we have received from MCA, they are saying that it is readily available on the MCA website, all the data which has been filed. So, let me check and
Please
come
do
back
so.
to you. So,
Please do
if-
so. I would appreciate it.
Surely, surely. If,
And of course, my next question is to Mr. Pandey. Whenever he takes up, I'll come to him.
no, you can ask me question. I will answer all the questions.
This is on the NCA. I want to ask him.
Yeah, you can ask me.
Coordinating with the ministry.
Yeah, yeah. You can ask me any question.
Okay. I have a matter in the NCLT which is pending since more than the last 5 years. It's a case of fraudulent transfer of shares.
Okay.
The NCLT in Bombay has no time to hear company law matters. It's only IBC, IBC and IBC. They're supposed to sit for the full day. They sit for only half a day, right? And the worst experience was recently when 136 people were waiting, lawyers, solicitors, they heard only one matter. So why this impartiality? Why don't you take up company law matters?
See, what I believe is there is a requirement of more benches and more technical and judicial members, which we have already flagged off this issue to ministry, and we have already discussed that there has to be a priority for each and every case. For us, see, in courts also these things happen. So we need to also, as a company secretary, we also need to understand that this is one kind of a court. And we need to also change our mindset. I'm not telling you that 5 years is a reasonable time or something, but we are aware about this particular issue and we have flagged off this issue and we are asking them for filling up the vacancies which are there and have additional benches so that, and special benches for other than IBC matters like operation mismanagement, mergers, all these matters are equally important. So we are putting up these points in front of MCA on a regular basis.
So you may be doing that, but this is now getting to be a classic case of justice delayed is justice denied. Classic case of that. I have got senior shareholders, 70 years. 5 years have passed. How long is he going to live?
No.
And what am I going to do after that? Go
Sir.
for a probate again?
yeah,
No, let me complete, sir. Let
Yeah.
me complete. Sir, we were much happier with the company law. Here what has happened is I am not able to move forward. I don't care if they dismiss the petition. At least my avenue is open to go higher up. So
Yes.
I think the institute seriously needs to take up this, right? In my matter for 2 years back, it is reserved for orders.
okay.
Yet no order has been passed.
See, matter-wise we will not go, but definitely this particular point we will put it up again in front of MCA. We will
Please
put it
do
up,
so.
put it up
Please do
again, and let's see. Let's hope for the best because see, we keep on see each and every point we keep on talking to them. We tell them, but see, they have to fill up the casual vacancies. There is a process of filling up the casual vacancies for the judicial and technical members. So it will happen. Ideally, it should happen pretty soon. We'll
hope
take
so.
it up. We'll take it up.
I hope so.
Surely we will take it up. From institute
I
side,
hope
we
it
will
happens
take it
before
up.
my client pops it.
Myself, Pradeep, a practicing company secretary from Cochin itself.
Hi.
So this is a suggestion for discussion. So one of the problems mostly professionals, practicing professionals are facing is that MCA problems on one side, and the last when we are ready for uploading, the bank problems are, it's very difficult to pay challan and generate challans.
Yeah.
So my suggestion for discussion is that submit a representation to the MCA that we professionals and big corporates allow them to pay a fees in consolidated manner so that MCA can deduct these fees from them so that the involvement of bank can be reduced. That is the one thing. And second thing, the provisions of Employee State ESI Act is applicable to practicing firms. So whether this ESI is applicable to trainees So I think if institute can clarify this, whether these provisions of ESI is applicable to trainees, that would be helpful for all.
Let me tell
Thank
you,
you.
the last question first. So ECSIN is applicable only for company secretaries, not for the students or trainees. It is only for the company secretaries who has got a membership. They only can register on ECSIN and they will get a ECSIN number. So trainees, we are already registering your training with the institute, so they have a training registration number. So they don't need anything of ECSIN kind of a thing.
Not ECSN, under ESI, Employee State Insurance.
ECIC.
ESI, Employee State Insurance.
ESI
Not
is not
ECSI.
applicable to apprenticeship training, as far as I understand. Apprenticeship is different act by which it is being monitored.
So the
I think-
provisions is that any firm having more than 10 employees, they should
yeah.
register under ESI
But-
Act.
So,
And
so apprentice, like apprenticeship training is not an employee as far as I understand. So ESI will not be applicable to,
okay.
as far as my knowledge goes.
What-
In respect of your first question, it was regarding payment challan. So we have given the three representations to the ministry. One is creating a wallet so that we put in the money, maybe practicing company secretary or corporate will put in the money, and from that the amount will get like debited from that particular account. That we have given in 2019 itself. So but that had not worked out. All the issues are because of the payment gateway as far as MCA is concerned. So MCA has told us that it is because of payment gateway. Now if you look at version 3, they have shifted it from payment gateway to Bharat Kosh. So you will get challans, everything, whatever you are doing on Bharat Kosh website also. So there is one more website on which you can go and download the challan. So they have changed this system, and we have also given them suggestion about UPI payments. So you can do a Google Pay or a Paytm payment of MCA challan. So that also we have given them the suggestion, and they are considering it favorably. Wallet, I don't think they will be coming out with, but Bharat Kosh they have already changed, and UPI they are considering it favorably.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Nirupama from PCS from Chennai. Almost everything you have answered, sir. Whatever I was about to ask or fight with you.
Yeah, I know you were going to bounce me up with.
See, sir, webinar when they are showing some recorded, pre-recorded things. You are sitting with the MCA technical person, and he is facing all of us. Last seminar, I remember almost 6,000 participants were there. So let them do a live demo. Then only the problems, everybody, we don't have to prove to the ministry that problems are there. It will get proved. They have to give some live demo. We are not able to log in. There is a question of uploading and filing the forms. The site is working just 20%. Then what about the 80% people who are not able to file? Then there are some issues with the downloading and inspection of the documents from the site. But I myself have downloaded a site is an e-form downloader. This person is able to download all the forms, not one or two. The entire forms he is able to download within 2 hours. But we are not able to do. We are telling we are working all on the same site. But how this person and what kind of contacts he has with MCA then? Why we are not able to do? And we prefer giving the work to him because he is just doing for a minimum charge. This site is e-form downloader. And my third issue is with respect to DPT3 form. Because now we are worried about the 30th May, next will be the 30th June dates.
Yes.
DPT3 form is a form where we need audited financials. Every year we struggle. Our balance sheet itself doesn't get ready by September. And by that time we keep getting extensions also. So by November, by December also the balance sheet actually not ready. Then on what basis do we file the DPT3? Luckily there is no certification. But that does not mean that I can use client DSC and file anything that I like. And auditor will not support. They say audit is going on. So on what basis DPT3 should be filed? And why not this form at least can be merged with any other form, or at least you can change the timing of this form. Why June? Then June nothing is ready, only listed companies will be ready. What about the other private companies? Let it be November or December. By that time, at least I will have the details to fill up. So that's it.
Thank you. Thank you for your questions. I had missed out these points, so I'll just add it up. About DPT3, I think there is a clarity from ministry that it has to be filed before June itself. They want all the data to be freezed about the balance sheet, because your GST returns, so asset liabilities on the basis of GST return is getting freezed in April. Yeah, and on 31st March they are asking you the data, and they don't want the audited results. They want the DPT3 details to be certified by auditor if it is deposit. If it is not a deposit, then there is no certificate which is required, which has been clarified already by the ministry. So I think, and second thing, they had a thought of merging all the forms in one form, including DR3 KYC, active form, DPT3, MSME, annual return, financial statements in one form. That was one thought process which was going on. But understand, for one particular document, this entire process will get held up. So they have kept it at different forms. And for us as practicing professionals, I am really happy to have more compliances so that I get more time to visit my clients. I get more time to understand what their business is, and then my practice flourishes. So that is how we, it's a part of compliance. So 30th June has been already clarified by the ministry that it is not going to be different date, because they want the financials to get, see, it is good for us also. If on 30th June the financials, assets, liabilities are getting freezed, yeah, we may get the balance sheet within time, and we don't need to go for extension of time for annual return filings. So I always believe that we as company secretaries, being last in the chain, take all the stress on our head. If financial statements are getting approved or prepared in 9 months, why can't we take 9 days for preparing our documents? Why we are preparing director's report in 15 minutes? Why can't we take 9 days for preparing director's report and inform our clients in advance that we will take this much time? Because see, the future is going to be very difficult, wherein all the forms will be opened on an online, like artificial intelligence will work and the errors will come out. That this director's report has got these many errors. So we'll have to be cautious enough. We should take our time. We should not rush into, and we being the last in the chain, we should not take all the burden. The responsibility is on all the professionals who are working for the annual filing. So that is what I think. So different dates, I am happy with it. Different compliances, I think institute should not represent. If some industrial association wants to represent, they can represent. But as an institute, I think, see, I'll give you a very small example. Last year, we applied for the extension of annual general meeting in general under section 96 subsection 3. Yeah. I received around 100 WhatsApp messages that why institute has applied for it, because we already had certain work for AGM extension. So whether I should look for the comfort of my members or whether I should look for comfort of corporates, I will always go for comfort of my members. So this is about different dates. Public documents downloading, I think there is a system, like you have a session next on digitization and use of softwares. It is called as BOAT. So whenever you have a BOAT system, yeah, you can tell the computer, the computer itself works and downloads everything. Yeah, so you might have used it at the time of doing your vaccination, the BOAT system. Same thing people are using, and so they are able to download the documents. There is no different website for anyone. It is a technology driven thing. So we are not aware about the BOAT system, so we are not able to download all the forms in 2 hours. We are downloading one form at a time. But if you use a BOAT system, you will be able to download everything in 2 hours. There is no problem. Thank you. Yes. So, yeah.
Hi, I'm Bharti Shah, working with KSPG Automotive India Private Limited at Pune. Can't hear you. Okay, my name is Bharti Shah. I'm working with KSPG Automotive India Private Limited at Pune. Recently, we filed CSR 2. Here, we are binding for CSR expenditure from last 3 years. But in 2021, due to impairment, my profit was less than 5 threshold limit. So that amount came as a CSR is not applicable. And all other field I couldn't find it. Because of that, the form is wrong from my side. Because it is not showing me that you are working from last 10 years, CSR eligibility is not coming. How this AI is working? My form is totally wrong. But I can't do anything.
See, this is a particular problem. We'll discuss it offline because, see, this is a professional issue. Whether you are required to file the form or not is the question which you need to really interpret. So let's not, it's not a solution to be discussed on a public forum. It is, you need to understand if you have not touched the threshold, whether CSR2 is applicable to you.
But
Whether it is applicable. So let's discuss it offline because as an institute, I cannot tell you that whether it is applicable or not. And I'll tell you that all these 27 problems, if you again go back to the representation made by the institute, we have told them that these are the 27 problems in CSR2. I think we have flashed it on the institute website also. So this particular point we have already mentioned to them, but then you will have to really interpret whether it is applicable to you or not. So I'm giving you a hint, not the solution. Thank you.
Thanks.
So I think the second.
One question from my side, sirs. I'm Amrita Tiwari from Bombay. So in addition to that NCLT issue, we are also facing same kind of issue, and I can observe that something different kind of thing is taking place in NCLT courts, where all the company related matters are kept for hearing at last. Means if there are 50 cases, 10 out of them are company matters, they are kept at last, 41 to 50. And the honorable judges will hear only the matters till 39 or 40. उसके बाद नमस्कार करके उठ जाएंगे. So these kind of actions from NCLT is really jeopardizing companies' interest and also impacting investment and business decisions of the company. And being working in multinational company is not good for India reputation and capital infusion from outside.
It depends on bench to bench, the priority setting and all. So
yeah,
very integral matter of the NCLT working.
Our matters for capital restructuring is listed since last 2 years, and we are facing this issue. So this is impacting our investment decisions also, sir.
True. Understand. I have already answered this particular thing. 2 points I'll just clarify from my side. Two pertinent points which are going in various social medias also. We keep track of social medias also and all the questions which we face in social media. So let me tell you that CS Amendment Act is not going to impact your autonomy of your institute. Don't worry about it. We all Central Council members have worked on it. Each and every word of that particular act has been studied by people sitting here. We studied it. We took all the feedback from people. Yeah, from few past presidents, we received certain feedbacks. On that feedbacks, we represented to the ministry and even to the Parliamentary Committee of Finance. And let me tell you, after this amendment, there are few changes which are happening, but your autonomy of your institute is not going to get impacted. There is no word which is mentioned as IIA as of now in the bill. So not to worry about IIA immediately. A few days back, I was discussing one matter with IIM director when we were in Srinagar. For setting up of one IIM, the cost is around 1,000 crores. So I think IIM, even if it comes, then it is going to be very costly for the students, and your institute will make sure that they are going to give the services to the students and members at a very high level at a reasonable cost. So I think IIA is not in a picture as of now. So I don't see IIA coming up immediately, and your institute is on the task for that particular progress. One more point I would like to, we will close in 2 minutes. One more point I would like to tell you that there are few disciplinary cases filed against few of the members for incorporating certain type of companies. Your institute is giving them full opportunity of being heard, And if the due diligence has been done by the member, he has been fair, everything has been done correctly, then he don't need to worry. He need to represent to the disciplinary committee or board of discipline, and you don't need to worry. But if you are at a mistake and you are done something wrong, then definitely your institute is going to take action, and not only institute, the ministry also will take action. So don't worry. If you have done your job diligently, you don't need to worry at all. So don't get panicked because there are so many notices coming and so many things are coming. So don't worry. We are following the entire process. We are giving ample opportunity to the members to represent. So these are the 3 important points I wanted to share with you. One last question. Somebody just raised hand. Yes. One last question, please. I'll be available offline for all your further bounces. Yeah.
Good morning. My question is about the DIR 3 KYC. The penalty is 5,000 rupees. Can we do anything to reduce it? Another one more question, sir. The complaints gone and the certification gone. So what is the scope of our profession?
See, earlier also, I think you are a very senior member. Before 2006, we did not have any certification and we were doing a very good job as a company secretary. Once certification is gone, your responsibility is gone, but your work will remain like that only. So it is good for the profession. So you don't need to worry about that particular thing, because anyways companies are required to file the forms, and with LLP version 3 it is so difficult that only company secretaries would be able to file these forms. So don't worry about it. About the forms, about penalty, I think we need to understand whether we want less penalty or more penalty. I'll leave it to you. If you say we want less penalty, I'm fine, because understand that in earlier era, when there was no 100 rupees per day of default, very less companies were filing in time. After 100 rupees per day of default, many people started filing. So I think we need to understand whether the penalty should be less or more. So I leave it to you. But I think whatever penalties are there, we will not, as an institute, we will not represent to reduce it. Definitely not. Yes, so thank you very much.
Sir, one more question, sir.
Yes, please.
Not question.
Yes, please. Please.
I am Krishnaraj from Coimbatore, Secretary in Employment.
Yeah.
One suggestion I would like to put to institute is to take up with the government or whatever the authorities.
We are not able to see you.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I connect always.
We were given all titles like person's responsibility under statutories, so Companies Act, SEBI and whatnot. Still, our independence is depending on our employment or our appointment in practicing secretaries or something like that. So why not we put to central government on suggestion that like chartered accountants, removal of company secretaries also requires some approval from central government or MCA, whatever it is, or special resolution or something like that.
So you're talking about auditors.
So that like auditors for us also. So that our position is strengthened much better.
Yes.
So our independence and strength to represent our case would be much better.
Yeah. So I think Narsihanji has already put up this particular point for making secretarial auditors equivalent to the statutory auditors. So appointment would be at the annual general meeting. So at SEBI, we have represented, even I had a word with chairperson of SEBI, and I have put in this particular point that why can't we have similar, on the similar note, like appointment, removal, everything of secretarial auditor should be similar to the statutory auditor. So we have already represented this particular point. Employment, I don't think. There is only one provision which I think 179 subsection 3 rules says that for removal of KMP, you need to have a board resolution. Not more than that, because see, we need to understand that it is a contractual obligation between the company and the company secretary, wherein government is nothing to do with it. So no, I think it is not possible. Practically it is not possible to have such thing. First thing is we are having that particular recognition. So very few professionals do have such recognition. So now we are having recognition, and now we are going overboard saying that if my recognition is going, my personal recognition is going, if we should go to central government. I don't think that it will happen. I don't think it is practical enough. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot for your patient listening and for your questions. I'm here till 4 o'clock, so any questions if you have, we can ask me or any of the Central Council members sitting here. Thank you very much. Thanks for your.
Thank you so much, President Sir, Central Council members and Secretary Sir, for attending the questions of the members here. We have come to the conclusion of the interactive session, and we are beginning with the technical session now, evolving role of a company secretary in the era of digitization. Clearly, the thing that's transforming is not the technology, it's the technology that's transforming us. It's the need of the hour to know how we can evolve our role amid digitization taking over the world. On this note, I would like to invite Shri Prashant Sugatan Sir, lawyer, Managing Partner, Sugatan and Associates, Dr. M. Satya Kumar, Advocate, Tycoon Law Chambers, our moderator for the session, CS Hitendra Mehta Sir, Central Council Member and Chairman Research Committee, ICSI, CS Baiju T, Immediate Past Chairman, Kochi Chapter, and CS Satishan, Company Secretary in Practice, Calicut. I request all the members to please take their seats as we are beginning the session. I once again invite the panelists and CS members on the stage.
I once again request Shri Prashant Sugatan sir, Dr. M. Satya Kumar sir to please be on the dais. I further invite CS Hitendra Mehta sir, Council Member ICSI, Chairman Research Committee ICSI, CS Baiju T, Immediate Past Chairman, Kochi Chapter, and CS Satishan sir, Company Secretary in Practice, Calicut, to please occupy the dais. Meanwhile, can we please welcome them warmly with huge round of applause? Thank you. I request CS Hitendra Mehta sir to please present Angvastram and planter to Shri Prashant Sugatan sir. I further request CS Hitendra Mehta sir to present Angvastram and planter to Dr. M. Satya Kumar sir. Let the clappings be on, please. Thank you. Thank you. I now request CS Baiju T sir, Immediate Past Chairman, Kochi Chapter, to please introduce the panelists on the dais.
Good morning all. Welcome back to the first technical session of the second day of our national conference, third national conference of corporate CS. Respected President of ICSI, CS Nagendra V. Deshpande, Shri Prashant Sugatan and Dr. M. Satyakumar, panelists for the day, and past presidents CS Nagendra Rao, Shri Ashish Garg, CS Ranjit Pandeji, Central Council members CS Abhi Narasimhan sir, CS Sandeep Kejiwal, CS Hitendra Mehta, who is the moderator for this session, CS Alad Rao, and Secretary to the Institute, CS Ashish Mohan, SAS Chairman, CS Shekhar Babu sir, Secretary Venkatramana, past Chairman CS Balasubramanian, Managing Committee members of Kochi Chapter, and Southern Regional Council members and Central Council members, and the members, students, and ladies and gentlemen who have joined physically as well as virtually. I wish to welcome you all for this third technical session actually for this national conference of corporate CS. As this session rightly pointed out, as a corporate professional in this digital era, we are supposed to equip ourselves to compete, maybe to equip ourselves to be the competent enough for the fast changing, the technological changes in this world. And we are having two eminent speakers as the panelists for the day. One Mr. Shri Prashant Sugatan, Managing Partner, Sugatan Associates. Prashant Sugatan is an engineer turned lawyer and is the managing partner of Sugatan and Associates. He is also the legal director of Software Freedom Law Center India, a non-profit organization based in New Delhi that promotes innovation and open access to knowledge and helps to defend rights of citizens in the digital space. His areas of practice include technology law, intellectual property law, administrative law, and constitutional law. He has appeared in various landmark cases before the Supreme Court of India and various high courts. He has deposed before Parliamentary Committee on issues related to Information Technology Act and net neutrality. He was also a member of multi-stakeholder advisory group constituted by the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. He has also spoken at various international conferences, including the Internet Governance Forum, RightsCon, and APRIGF on freedom of speech, privacy, net neutrality, and cybersecurity. With these words, let me welcome Shri Prashant Sugadan to the discussion for this day. Now, the next panelist, Dr. M. Satyakumar, Advocate, Taekwondo Chambers. Dr. M. Satyakumar is a associate member of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, Institute of Cost Accountants of India, and Institute of Company Secretaries of India, Chartered Institute of Management Accountants, UK, and Chartered Global Management Accountants of American Institute of CPA. He did his postdoctorate research on the topic of global transfer pricing regime, covering law, tax, economics, accounting, finance, mentored by Columbia University. He is a master's degree holder in electronics and law with a specialization in corporate and financial law in India. He is an alumnus of Jindal Global Law University and Merit Scholarship awarding. He hails from the renowned family of freedom fighters and farmers. And he also had a brief stint with the KPMG, a Big Four public accounts firm in audit, tax, regulatory, and advisory. He was invited to be a part of World Economics Forum Asian agenda at Davos. As I had to explain much more because he's that much a person, and the former Deputy Prime Minister Shri Lalkrishna Advani ji quoted Dr. M. Satyakumar as Abhimanyu, the rising star of Indian politics. His Holiness Dalai Lama named him as Tanzanian Shaka. Dr. Manmohan Singh Ji has appreciated his thoughts on the development economics in Samardha Bharat meeting. He is a champion of judicial activism. And so it's a big story to tell you. But due to paucity of time, I'm very sorry for that because I'm cut shorting some of his areas. He is an honorary visiting professor of Jawaharlal Nehru University in New Delhi, appointed by Honorable Prime Minister of India. He is the chief mentor and administrator of Rajnikant Foundation, human excellence and philanthropy organization started by Padma Bhushan star Rajnikant. And he was advised companies on issues on joint venture, collaboration, agreements from tax, FEMA, and FIBP perspectives. He has addressed in various national and international forums, conferences, and speaker as CII, FCCI, ASSOCHAM, MMA, AMA, World Bank, World Economic Forum, Malaysian Institute Accounts, Taiwan Tax Forum, Taiwan Chamber of Commerce, government programs, etc. His articles of law related to areas has appeared in the international and national reputed magazines. With this, let me welcome Advocate Dr. M. Satyakumar to this discussion. And once again, I welcome you all for the third technical session of our National Conference of Corporate CS. Thank you all. Sir.
Thank you, sir. I now request our moderator, sir, CS Hitendra Mehta, sir, to please take the session ahead.
Yeah, I think now it is audible. Yeah. Well, good morning, Kochi. Good morning, all the members attending this third National Corporate Conference of Company Secretaries. And very warm welcome to this very important session on very important topic, evolving role of company secretaries in the era of digitization. I think nothing better could be there to discuss as a very first session after breakfast on such a thought-provoking topic, and then that the topic which affects all of us, which is going to affect all of us in the time to come. In fact, COVID-19 has actually compelled us to move to digitization much before anybody expected. And we had an early exposure of digital transactions because of COVID. So we should be maybe thankful in a way that we are moving little faster than we actually thought of. Now, when digitization comes, the very obvious issue will be there whether our opportunities will increase or there will be a threat. Okay. We have seen from previous examples, when we moved from physical filings to MCA 21, whether opportunities have increased or decreased. Increased, manifold. And there is no denying about that, that new changes, new technological advancements, they cannot be devoid of human intervention, human support, or human involvement. It ought to be there. Howsoever advancements are there in technology, unless human touch is there, unless human involvement is there, can it be a successful thing? V3 example we are seeing, LLP website, is a very good concept, moving towards artificial intelligence in a big way, but because there are technical glitches, we are not able to move. Because now we need human intervention to set the things in right perspective in the very beginning. This is very important. Having said that, only compliance mindset cannot be enough. I am just giving food for thought to the learned two speakers, two panelists. My take is that every technology advancement or every, you can say, such kind of changes, they would need a human-centric approach. Nothing can replace strategic thinking of a human. Nothing can replace creative thinking of a human. Machine can behave like a machine. We can automate processes. We can automate procedures, but we cannot automate thinking. The human thinking. I think I would invite your viewpoints on this, because now going forward with the increased digitalization, there is a great shift from financial capitalism to data capitalism. And there have been talks all around that if next world war happens, it will be on data. Because data is the key, data is the wealth. And one important thing, that whenever there are challenges, technological challenges, now only technology can beat technology. Nothing else. So how innovative we are in taking up these challenges as a company secretary professionals, because our role is going to increase in strategic areas more, in increasing our contribution towards management decision making or towards client servicing, where they need our specialized advices, right? So I can help them in taking big decisions, big investment decisions, big corporate decisions through my experience, through my expertise, through my knowledge. AI can help them do research on certain things using computers, using machines, but they cannot substitute. Like if I need a tax advice, I will need a tax expert. If I need a legal litigation related advice, I will need a litigation expert. So no need to be worried at all. Our role is going to increase, but it will be more on strategic side, more on creative thinking side, more on value added contribution side. This is my take on this. And I am sure that artificial intelligence is the need of the hour. There is no denying about that. And we have seen the evolution of not only AI, the concepts like IoT, Internet of Things, blockchain technologies, or BOTs, and like that. Today we do one Google search. If suppose I want to book a ticket from Delhi to Kochi, so next 2 days I am flooded with, emails, Kochi hotels, Kochi airport, Kochi tourist places. So this is what, is driving us crazy in the new era of digitalization. But having said that, this will improve corporate governance also in big way. This is my take on this, because this will not only help, create a mindset, create a behavior, create a habit, create a character. So all these things will lead to greater contribution to qualitative corporate governance, increase in professional avenues, and last to say that tremendous opportunities are going to be there for the professional. And I will now leave it to the panelists because our time of the session has been curtailed because we actually run past 30 minutes in the first session. So I will be requesting my co-panelists to speak for 10 minutes each. So I will be beginning with Dr. M. Satya Kumar, who is a very learned professional, and his biodata actually is full of his qualifications, degrees. And not only that, he has commerce-related degrees, he has technical qualifications as well. So I am, sir, looking forward to your valued comments, observations on this important topic. And after that, I will be requesting Mr. Prashant Sukatan for his views, and thereafter we will have question answers. Already we have received some questions, and we will be happy to address in the given time constraint if we can address any further questions. Thank you so much.
It's a great pleasure to be here in Cochin, in the National Conference for Corporate CS. Thanks to the President of the Institute of Company Secretaries of India, Nagendra Rao, Vice President, Secretary, and the officials and leadership of the ICSI. Thank you for the moderator. It's a wonderful session. It's a future of the profession. My dear friends, if this topic would have been there before 10 years, you would have thought only about the Windows and Microsoft 10 to 15 years before. But today, as we stand today, the technology is evolving fast. There's an abundant opportunity that is coming on the way to every professional. Let me begin this, when I spoke in Muscat about this blockchain technology and artificial intelligence. The moment I speak about blockchain technology, everybody thinks from the perspective of it is relevant to engineer. Yes, the technical aspects are relevant to the engineer. What is more important is to see to the utility of the technology. Today, as you read the Companies Act, you read many provisions, many acts. In the Company Secretary course, you read all the laws and you write the examination. But when you come to the practice, what happens? I saw in the morning, in fact, my brother is a practicing CA and I am an advocate. I have a lesser burden in the computer system, but my brother every day morning is going crazy because MCA portal is not working. And there is a new LLP portal which is coming in, and then he says old password is required. Now that when you go to the old password, it's locked already. Because COVID time, no business for some, he did not use it, but he was using some other ID, it was not working. Now he's looking at outsourcing it to somebody who is holding that username and password because he has a value today. My dear friends, this is the role of technology today. The technology is actually reducing our time and making us focus on decision making. That's what the moderator clearly said. The technologies will make us to be a decision maker. In this 21st century, when the technology is going to evolve fast. Earlier, if you see, a technology was evolving every 5 years to 6 years. Remember those times of Solitaire and Dianora television. It used to be there in your home for 10 years or 15 years, whatever time, if you keep repairing. But today, you keep changing the mobile every 6 months and 7 months, and you have intention to change. And the technology will evolve fast in the days to come. I'm not saying this. The World Economic Forum says every 15 days there's going to be new technology. And this is going to become much more faster, maybe 2 to 3 days in another 5 to 6 years down the line. And when I talk about technology, what is the technology needed today for company secretaries who are in practice and who are in the corporate? Technology which will put us on the speed of trust. Very, very important. Blockchain is a very important technology which is going to transform your profession and every other profession. What is this blockchain technology? When I talk about blockchain technology, immediately what comes into your mind is Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. And Government of India banning it but still taxing it as part of the Union Budget 2022. Moment the Union Budget 2022 came in and the Finance Minister announced about the taxation of the virtual digital assets, everybody started thinking, oh, the cryptocurrencies have become legal. No, even the illegal income can be taxed in income tax, that's what you should know. It is not talking about the legality and illegality of the tender, but if you make revenue out of it, still notices can be issued. Already 500,000 notices were issued in India. How many of them know? the income tax department has issued a notice. We are handling some of the notices. Now, why I am giving this perspective to you? Blockchain is a transformational thing for the profession, because what blockchain will give you is the trust. Let me give one classic example, because the time allotted is 10 minutes. I'll give two classic examples, and then you will understand in a simple way. Because technology is always looked as an alien for a professional. For example, today, you go to a fruit shop, and you go and buy a fruit shop. In apple, they would have written Washington apple. If they have stuck Washington apple, you should be doubly careful that it's not waxed. And you don't know whether it is from Washington or Kashmir. But just because the sticker is put on that apple, then you believe that it is Washington apple. Now, what is that you take up today? Nowadays, you take up an apple, you will know that there is a Washington sticker. You will not bother about it anymore. Now, but there is a value attached to it. Now, if you want to really see, let's assume blockchain is implemented in this, let's assume in a format store which sells fruits and vegetables, and they source it from somebody from Australia or America or in any part of India, some vegetables, some fruits, and they stick a sticker with a blockchain code or whatever in the future. Then, if you are able to scan through it or like QR code, whatever, you will know the source of that fruits and vegetables. This is what is the blockchain will provide you. This is what is the distributed ledger will provide you. This is what the artificial intelligence integrated with the blockchain will provide you as a value. Blockchain is just not Bitcoin and cryptocurrency alone, because we see that because we are able to, maybe some people can earn out of it, but there is a utility which is there even for a day-to-day basis. Second important thing, we are all dealing with regulators. Today, real estates. For example, I come from Tamil Nadu. Many of the clients come to us. I deal with company law matters and I represent economic laws, but we have another advocate who deals with real estate matters. He had his time spent off of his life spent in the registration department. He retired and he started his law practice, and he's an associate with us. Every person who comes to meet him, I have seen, they'll say title deed is my name, patta is in somebody's name. And why is it not matching? Because there is somebody in the government who is manipulating this and giving it, and litigation is created. Of course, we make fortune out of it, that's different. But what exactly is this problem? Why is when the title deed is in somebody's name, why is the patta in somebody's name? Or patta is in somebody's name, why is the title deed in somebody's name? Because there is no intervention of technology there. A classic example is the Andhra Pradesh government under the leadership of Honorable former Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu. In Amravati, he actually came out with a center called real-time governance. In real-time governance, he implemented blockchain technology on a pilot basis to land records. He gave an example when he came out with this real-time governance. He said in a village there was one farmer. One day morning, when that farmer went to that village, a particular person said, this land belongs to me and no more to you. Actually, that land was belonging to him. It was an ancestral property, but the patta is not in his name. There is a adverse possession concept. If somebody is able to influence the department of registration, then they can get the patta in their name, and then one fine day it takes over the land. Now, blockchain was implemented in that village post this issue, and they were able to bring the land records, and they saw that if any tampering of the data happens, it will be reflected to the entire network. And if it is implemented in the entire pan Andhra Pradesh basis, then it would have been effective. Why am I giving this example? So, there is the blockchain technology and digital transformation is not only going to impact the products and utility services that we are availing, even the governance will undergo a change. Even the governance will undergo a change. For example, go to Dubai, go to UAE, and you see there are now ministries, Ministry of Artificial Intelligence, where the blockchains are being implemented. Now, when blockchain is implemented, what will go away is the attest functions, and the role of professionals will reduce. But what will increase compared to that is the decision making and the amount of consulting assignments you will get out of the technology. So, what is the call that we need to take today? You are not required to understand the technical part of the technology. You need to see the evolving part of the technology to see how you can transform your practice within the regulation of your institute. That's very, very important. Within the regulation of your institute, how to structure your practice within the regulation of the institute. I was actually seeing some members were saying 5,000 rupees penalty has to be reduced. The forms are not working. These are all temporary things which will be temporary glitches in the technology which will be rectified with the effort of the Institute of Company Secretaries of India, with tying up with the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, with the feedback that we give as members. But what is permanent is the concept behind that form, the law behind that form. What's happening? A company secretary who is qualifying with lot of passion. After 5 years, 4 years later, the law is not seen, but the form is only seen. How to insert digital signature? Why is it not working? Slightly put it. Don't put it inside. Take it out just slightly. There was an article. There was one trainee in our office. He used to do and then put. It will work. These are not something that we need to contribute our time to. Seriously, I used to think we are qualifying as one of the toughest qualifications. Our Institute of Company Secretaries of India is one of the premium institutions in the entire world. They are the best in the technology. In fact, when I used to write my exams of company secretary or professional exams, Company Secretary Institute used to come out on the on-dot result. No other institutes will come out on-dot result. 11 o'clock means 11 o'clock. And even today, response from the Company Secretary Institute is the fastest and the most reliable and effective. I can tell you this. Even this we are finding it difficult. That means we are looking forward for more sophistication. Appreciate it. But the technology is the future. And in fact, the government of India, Raju Kumarji, the chairman of the Niti Ayog, now he just stepped out. 1.5 years before, he involved me in the national AI strategy. National AI strategy, there is a document. The government of India, National Institute for Transforming India has come out with. That document has to be taken as a guideline for how to foresee how the profession will transform over a period of time. Pre-filled forms are the future. Pre-filled forms are the future. And you need to evolve your office also into the lines of technology. And what COVID-19, of course, we had various challenges because of the COVID-19, but there is a great opportunity in the COVID-19 which has come up is the acceleration of digital transformation. Acceleration of the digital transformation. And you would see today, we are talking about Baiju as a success story, Zomato as a success story, Swiggy as a success story. When these guys started, at some corner of our mind, we would have thought how this is going to progress. How many of them will have mobile? When you venture out on technology, you need to be bold enough. You need to be the first and the fast. Today I start, let's assume, competing with Swiggy, something like Satya food aggregator, copying Swiggy. Will it work? It will not work because it is already aggregated. How many of them know? When Swiggy came out, they already aggregated 3,500 food outlets. So you need to think technology, think through technology. In fact, Steve Jobs was not he did not know any of the technologies. He knew the right persons to come out with the technology. He used to talk about the utility. He never spoke about the technical aspect. So you need to see what utility you might need. For somebody was saying, sir, somebody is downloading the form, all the forms together and we are paying him. Yes, you have to pay him because he knows the technology. He knows the technology. If you don't know, you have to keep downloading and then hanging and then it will go to 404 page not found. And that will be a standard practice. So today, what is required as a professional, and one of the members are rightly pointing out about the NCLT. If you go to NCLT and then 130 advocates and company secretaries are standing, for a company secretary who is in practice will find it very, very inefficient be standing in the court, for sure. But for an advocate, it is a practice. Standing in the court only, he achieves many things. So the point to be driven here, even legal fraternity is not going to be an exception. There are softwares available today in the market wherein, let's assume you appear for, I appeared for a Prevention of Corruption Act. I wanted to check before going to the judge what all judgments have come in the Prevention of Corruption Act, What are the wordings which are being used by the judges? What are the landmark cases which are referred in the Supreme Court and the High Court in the landmark judgments? The AI software supports me in picking up. Literally, it highlights the paragraph. I just have to cut and paste and come out with my defense. And this will evolve. Later point of time, you will see AI playing a major role in drafting your petition. Drafting your petition. This is a piloted project. And they have captured, according to each judges of the High Court and Supreme Court, even international level, what all the judgments they have given, what all the judgments in what are the areas, civil law, criminal law, company law, whatever, and how many was against the plaintiff, against the defendant, everything is provided. You can analyze literally how the judgments are moving forward. Very, very important. These things are not available. Today you can run a law office or a company secretary office. You all must be having loads of book in your office. Honestly tell me how many of them are picking up the book today. You have a taxman virtual advisor. I'm not promoting taxman. I use it and then I'm saying it. There are multiple softwares of this kind. Multiple. So the future is about securing a client, working with the client, building a trust, and then client getting magnetized to you, and then you providing value to the client. Improving on your personality because your time on your process gets reduced. And real value of the profession is going to be found in the days to come. Because every professional who has the capacity to analyze the law, who is able to decode the law, and who is able to use the utilities in an efficient manner will be the highest achieving professional in the days to come. So, if you may ask me whether technology is today, can you practice today without a technology? Absolutely no. If you start your practice, you need to have the technology-driven training and technology-driven evolution. You need to track the technology, just the way some people track every time the share market. You need to track what technology is coming in, how to evolve your technology over a period of time. And these are some of the points which I want to make you. Of course, I'll be there in the panel. You can ask me questions. I'll definitely answer. So even the important new regulation that is coming is the RegTech, regulation-based technology. Regulation-based technology. Today, you wanted to, let's assume, if RegTech, how it can be useful. Let's assume there is a notice given to a client and there is a prosecution provision which will get attracted to him, which could be non-compatible, non-bailable. So you have to go to the court. Now, what are the provision? How to do it? What petition? In future, RegTech could provide you literally like a virtual advisor on how to come out with a solution within a few minutes. Your research time will get reduced. Your value time will increase. So I think exciting days are ahead. And Institute of Company Secretaries of India is definitely doing a remarkable job. I am tracking and I'm seeing some of the concept papers and wonderful publication released by the Institute of Company Secretaries of India. The textbooks, the quality of the textbooks, the analysis and I think monographs are also coming out on the ICSI, which I've seen in the past. I'm sure this technical aspects will evolve fast, and many other, in the secretarial audit, last but not the least, which I also wanted to highlight. Today you have audit which is moving towards a technology-oriented thing. If you may see, when I was in KPMG as an article at that point of time, we used to use softwares for our workflow. Today, offices are moving towards standard submissions. Recently, one of the employee was working in Big Four. He recently came and met me. He was sharing to me, Satyaji, when you used to be there, you used to make us work for 12 hours, referring the book, that book, this book and all. Bring Sampath Iyengar, that book, Rani Palkiwala book, refer, take this 302, look at the notice and all these things are there. Now the office is very clear. There is a centralized team in the top firms where the people are working 24/7 on bringing the submission format based on the judgments and regulation that are coming in. It is like a product today. They send the submission, you have to fill the client numbers, cut and paste, and then submit. They were saying, my technical knowledge has come down. I said, how can your technical knowledge come down? Before submitting, you should read that. Yes or no? It has become a product, means from first introduction to whatever the submission you are giving, you need to read. Now that you have become sophisticated, what do you do? Okay, whatever it kardo. Let's assume there is a high pitch demand. 1969 circular is there in income tax. You should go and check what is the Deputy Prime Minister's speech, what is the circular issued by the Government of India for the high pitch demand of the income tax, and see what notice they have issued, how to plan the strategies, legal defense strategies. But if you are saying there is a standard submission which Satyaji has prepared, and you are sitting in office only to while away, and then you will only plug the numbers in a table and then say make submission, then you are not going to get any value. In fact, the value can be more because everything is standardized now. So this is the perspective. When nothing was available, we were researching. When everything is available, we are standardizing. So we need to look at how we develop professionally, make use of the efficiency of the technology, and last but not the least, NFTs are the future. I am very sure in another 1.5 years to 2 years down the line, Institute of Company Secretaries of India will come out with a valuation mechanism for NFTs, non-fungible tokens. So this is the points which I wanted to drive here. Thank you so much, and we will take up in the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Satya. I think your speech was full of optimism, full of new developments that are on the way, particularly blockchain technologies. Without taking much time, I am requesting our another co-panelist, Prashant Sugatan sir, so to share his observations. Time is, sir, 10 minutes, sir.
Is this on? Good morning, everyone. Thanks to the Institute for inviting me for this event. And thanks for the great presentations that we could listen to. I just start with a quotation as to why it is important to ensure that we are in tune with technology, we understand technology. Nothing like Louis Carroll and Alice in Wonderland to explain this. The quote here is, it takes all the running that you can do to keep in the same place. That is, you need to keep running to ensure that you stay in the same place. But if you need to advance further, you need to run twice as fast. That exactly is the stage that we are in, where we need to keep up with technology. Don't be afraid of the technology, don't be in awe of the technology, but rather understand it, make sure that you can use this technology to take your profession forward, take your career forward. I'm sure, these days, you open your TV, open your any talk show on economics, or anything on to do with business. There will be a lot of jargons everywhere, right? Artificial intelligence, 5G coming up, there's IoT, then there is talk about big data, analytics, data mining, whatever. But what are these terms as such? Dr. Satya talked about artificial intelligence and blockchain. What we really need to understand is what is in it for me as a professional. What can I learn from this technology? And how can I use to take my profession forward, take the career forward as such? Now, coming to artificial intelligence, Dr. Satya explained it in brief. We are encountering AI in a big way on a day-to-day basis. When we are doing a Google search for that matter, or when we use the Google Assistant or your Shri on your iOS platforms, when you get these responses back using, let's say, things like the natural language processing, where any query that you ask, you get a response. How do they do it? Based on the data that is already collected. Mr. Mehta was talking about how you do a search and suddenly you're bombarded with all the messages, emails, etc. How does Google know that? Because of the kind of data that is being collected on a daily basis, whether it's Google, Facebook, Twitter, all these platforms, or even Zomato for that matter. That's the kind of data which is collected and the data which is used to provide services to you. Sometimes to provide, or rather bombard you with advertisements. The new technologies coming up like self-driving cars. And that is where all this data is important so that these algorithms can be trained. Mr. Mehta was right. Yes, they don't have the, as far as AI is concerned, it's just a technology. It doesn't have the mind. But based on the data which is being used, they can be trained in such a way that they can think more or less like a human. Of course, when it comes to decision making, nothing can beat a human, at least till now. We don't know how technology will progress, how the AI tools will progress. But as on the date, what we need to do is understand the technology, use it, even in the boardrooms. Now, these tools can be a lot helpful for you to collect data, to collate the data, come out with meaningful reports. Make your compliances that much easier. Because the work that you can do in maybe hours, the hours that you put in, that can be done by an AI technology. Dr. Satya was mentioning about let's say the litigation searches that we do, the case law searches that we do. Now there are softwares available where, for example, you prepare a draft of your petition. You paste this on, the software can come up with responses saying that these are the case laws which could be relevant to you. It's still, I would say it's not fully developed as yet, but to a large extent, you will get a lot of case law which could be relevant to you, relevant to the case that you are researching. That's the stage that we are in. But one thing that we need to be sure is, don't be afraid of what that could do to your profession. As the early speakers have said, COVID has ensured that we are forced to digitize. For example, 2 years back, I couldn't have thought of a scenario where the courts go online. I'm sure it would have taken more than 10 years to reach that stage without COVID. But 2 years back, we were forced to do this. Courts were forced to digitize. We could make our filings online. We could appear online. And fortunately, in many courts even now, the hybrid mode is continuing. What that did is, it saved a lot of our time. He was talking about how we waste our time in courts. That is the practice. We go there, sit from morning till evening, waiting for our cases to be called. But thanks to COVID, not a great thing to say, but still, we were forced to digitize and make sure that we use technology to our betterment. One, artificial intelligence along with blockchain has ensured that there's something called smart contracts, which makes it easy for machines to talk to each other and do the contract. This has made it easier to have contracts and made it easier to have a trust factor. Earlier, what could happen? For example, you, let's say, give an advertisement on a platform saying that, okay, I will sell my car for, let's say, 2 lakh rupees. A buyer comes with an offer saying 2 lakhs, then you change your mind. Okay, maybe I would get 2 lakh 25 for it. But imagine a situation where you have a platform, you have a contract template. The moment somebody says 2 lakh and you have already agreed to it, the deal is done. You could even have the governance mechanism, the government mechanisms linked to all this, saying that, okay, once you have a buyer, you matches this price, then the other part of it, the change of your ownership, all that happens along with this platform. So you could have maybe APIs connected with this, and that will take care even your registration, everything going through. So all this could be done by smart contracts. There's a lot of challenges for the lawyer community. Again, same with blockchain. The advantage here is, this is immutable, there cannot be any duplication as far as the distributed ledger is concerned. When it comes to smart contracts which uses blockchain, you have a set of rules, as I explained earlier. For example, you set this price, then say, okay, buyer matches this price, and the deal goes through. So you have these conditions. This could be used for things like bond transfer, insurance terms. The question is, do we have the legal framework for all this? What do we currently have when it comes to technology and technology law? It's the IT Act. Fortunately, when the Act was amended, even initially, the entire purpose of the Act was to ensure that we could have online contracts, electronic contracts, and electronic commerce, e-commerce, etc. The subsequently the Act was amended, and we have various provisions which ensures that the electronic records are authenticated using electronic signatures. We have recognition for electronic records. We have recognition for validity of contracts formed through electronic means. So we already have a framework with all this. Yes, there could be issues. I mean, we are yet to have, let's say, disputes in this area with respect to, let's say, contracts done using smart, let's say, smart contracts and contracts using blockchain technology, etc. So that the clarity with all that will happen when you have more judgments in place, when you have more decisions from court. But yes, we do have a platform in place, we do have a framework in place. Now, one thing which could change a lot of way, the way we work a lot could be the new laws which could be coming up. Especially, I would say, the new data protection law. Because we have some problems with the current framework of the IT Act. There is not much about data protection in place as far as this law is concerned, where there are very limited rights as far as users are concerned, and there are very ineffective remedies. Now, two important areas that I would like to focus on, because I believe that is of great importance as far as the institute is concerned, the profession of corporate secretary is concerned, is one, the Personal Data Protection Bill, and now the new directions which have been recently issued by the cert.in. Thanks to the privacy judgment and what the court said, there's a 9-bench judgment in the case of K.S. Puttaswamy, where the court specifically said we need to have a data protection law. There was this committee formed by Justice Shri, headed by Justice Shri Krishna, which came out with a draft law, and then the government came out again with a draft bill as such, which is under discussions. We don't know like when we'll have the final law, but that could be a great development as far as your profession is concerned. And also I would say to a great extent for the legal profession also. Because if you look at the market, when a similar law was enacted in Europe, called the GDPR, that is the General Data Protection Regulation, this is the kind of market that we had. In 2020, this was to the tune of 1.4 billion, the market just related to the GDPR services. And this is projected to reach a 4.4 billion market in 2027. Imagine what could happen when a similar law is enacted in India. Because when GDPR was enacted, the major focus was on corporate governance also, to ensure that your methods, the way you collect data, the way you transmit data, you process data, all that is in tune with the protections given by the Act, by the GDPR as such. The same could happen here. Here, as far as the bill is concerned, there are two major provisions which deals with the definition of personal data and sensitive personal data. So any data which has your personal data, for example, your name, address, etc., that is considered to be personal data. When it comes to sensitive data, it could be your passwords, financial details, things like that. That data is considered to be sensitive personal data. Also, when you part your data with a company, where a company is collecting the data, the person who is giving the data is called a data principal, and the company is called a data fiduciary, because they are holding the data in a fiduciary capacity. And that is where your roles come into play, because the Act gives, the bill as of now, gives a lot of rights to the data principals. They can ask for retrieve the data so that they can confirm the data, they can correct this information, and they can even ask that the data be transferred to me so that I can port it somewhere else. And it also provides a person a right to be forgotten. So if your data is there, you can say that it be completely deleted. This is again borrowed from the EU GDPR provision. Now, coming to the role of a data protection officer. Now, why this is important is, when GDPR was introduced in the European Union, the focus, and when they had a similar provision with respect to data protection officer. So this is the officer who ensures that the compliances are in place, whatever reports that you need to provide, all that is done in tune with the law. So most of this, the default option was that of a company secretary. Once the law was enacted in EU, in many cases, many companies found it easier to ask the company secretary to do this function. Something similar could also happen in India when the law is enacted, maybe in another year's time. Now, again, why this could be a major issue is if you look at the kind of penalties and remedies which are there in the bill. The penalties could be the tune of, let's say, 2% of your worldwide turnover if something goes wrong, if there is no proper compliance. Then there are other provisions also with respect to the fines which could be imposed. So that's the tune of the fines, tune of the, let's say, penalties as such, which is provided in the law, and why the compliance could be a major factor. Now, a few days back, CERT.in, that's a Computer Emergency Response Team India, which looks into the cyber security aspects of, let's say, the companies, the major government agencies, etc., government departments, etc. They came out with a set of instructions, directions, which the companies are also bound to follow, because it specifically talks about body corporate. And it specifically states that if there is a cyber incident in your firm, in your body corporate, you are supposed to inform CERT.in. That too within a period of 6 hours. Again, if there are specific directions given by CERT.in, you are going to follow that. Same with various service providers. There are certain guidelines given there which you are bound to follow. This will be operational in under 2 months' time. So that's the kind of time that you have to take care of your cyber security obligations, your privacy obligations. I will conclude with something which Andy Grove was the CEO of Intel. He came with a concept called strategic inflection point. So that is, in any business, this is something which happens, which makes sure that the industry changes so much. So you need to change or you become redundant. Now, this is not just restricted to industries. This is not just restricted to various sectors as such. This could also be true of professions. When there are new things coming up, you are often forced to change, or you will no longer be relevant and become redundant. Thank you. Thanks a lot for this.
Thank you so much, Mr. Prasant. I think you raised very pertinent points about the existing legislative framework, IT Act, need of new data protection law. It is actually very, very pertinent issue that is there, and government is already actively considering this. And you also discussed various developments in technology laws. So I think we have given the message that we have to wind up the session. So although I have some 16, 17 questions from the audience who are attending virtually also, and some questions have been there out of the observations made by the panelists. So what I will do that, I'll try to share these observations with the respective committees in the institute. Some of these relates to the practicing company secretary committee, and some maybe some other committees which can dwell upon this, and there could be a common response. We will take, of course, their views also, our co-panelists, if they permit, so we'll share with them. Because now we have to conclude the session and we don't have much liberty to continue with this session, as the speaker for the next session is already there with us, I'm told. So thank you so much, both the learned panelists. They actually did more than justice to what they were told, because their time was curtailed from 30 minutes to only 10, 15 minutes, which they did very validly, and then they did justice to that also. Although it is injustice for the speaker that their time allotted is reduced. But anyway, thanks a lot, sir, for acceding to our request. And now I would straight away request our fellow colleague on the dais, Mr. Satishan, to propose a vote of thanks to conclude the session. So I'm so sorry that we are not taking up any questions, because we have to respect the time allotted to us. So thank you for being so patient with us.
Distinguished persons on the dais and off the dais. First of all, I should appreciate the Institute for selecting a very beautiful subject, namely evolving role of CS in the era of digitalization. When I was a young boy, the vegetable vendors or the fish vendors come to our house and we used to purchase it from them. Now the time has changed and now in the morning you get the details of the materials or the items in your mobile and you can order it and they come to your house and collect the money. Before COVID, they used to collect money, but after COVID or during COVID, they were reluctant to take money instead of the system of transfer of money through Google Pay or Google or other mode of payment came. So that is the impact of the digitalization, not only in your profession, but even in your household. So the phenomenal growth that we have seen in the digitalized area for the last 5 years cannot be compared with the development that you have made in the last 50 years. The distinguished panelists have presented the subject, notwithstanding the time constraint. They have presented the subject in a beautiful way, and I thank each one of these panelists and also the introduction profile panelist made by Baiju and Mr. Hadinder Mehta. As Mehtaji has rightly stated, you cannot substitute a man with a machine. Still then what is happening is they are helping us. This technology is helping us for our development, and I think it is time that we use it properly. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I think just last concluding point, whatever developments we are seeing in digitization, this is, to me, it sounds to be very environment friendly, because more digitization, we move to digitization, we will be using lesser papers and lesser filing with the regulators. And one point which he had made, I could not stop sharing with you, that due to this digitization, today if they are very prominent people representing before various courts, so he can, while sitting in the office, he could attend a hearing in Mumbai, hearing in Chennai, hearing in Delhi. So they were doing the same day, appearing before different benches in NCLT or different courts. So this was the opportunity that was created out of this digitization process. Thank you so much. In the end, I'd like to thank all my co-panelists and my fellow hosts, I can say, both of them, Mr. Baiju and Mr. Satishan. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. I request the panelists to please be on dais for a while. I think the message of this session is now we have to start thinking through technology as well. So thank you so much for the session that you have taken. I would request CS Rajesh Thrissur sir, past chairman of Thrissur chapter, to please present Shahid Ki Beti certificate to Shri Prashant Sugatan sir. For the information of members and panelists, Shahid Ki Beti certificate is an initiative of institute which provides financial support to the girl child of martyrs for her higher education and other purposes. The amount accumulated under this fund, Shahid Ki Beti, is donated to the concerned wing of Ministry of Defence, and so far, institute has donated around 25 lakh under this scheme. Thank you, sir. Now I request CS Muralidharan sir, Company Secretary of Lakeshore Hospitals, to please present Shahid Ki Beti certificate to Dr. M. Satya Kumar sir. Thank you, sir. I request the members to please remain seated because we are ready for the next session. Our next session is titled Leadership Skills vis-a-vis Crisis Management. It's conflict that builds character, but it's crisis that defines character. And if we talk about a leader needs to be the one who can keep his fears to himself, but he should share his courage with others. At the same time, the challenge of leadership is to be strong but not rude. On this note, I would like to invite our panelists on the dais. Shri Kochusef Chitilapilli Sir, Chairman Emeritus V-Guard Industries Limited. Shri Manoj Chakravarti Sir, Chief Practitioner, the Center of Ethics and Responsible Business. Shri Prashant Nair Sir, IAS, Managing Director, Kerala Shipping and Inland Navigation Corporation Limited. Shri Ranjit Pandeji Sir, Past President and Council Member, ICSI. CS Kiran K.A., Company Secretary, Cochin Shipyard Limited. And CS Vijay Sriniketan Sir, on the dais, Practicing Company Secretary. Thank you sir for being on the dais. I now request CS Ranjit Pandeji Sir, Past President and Council Member of ICSI, to please present Angvastram and Planter to Shri Kochusef Chitilapilli Sir, Chairman Emeritus V-Guard Industries Limited. Thank you. I further request Ranjit Pandeji Sir to please present Angvastram and Planter to Shri Manoj Chakravarti Sir, Chief Practitioner, the Center for Ethics and Responsible Business. Thank you. We're expecting our next panelist, Shri Prashant Nair Sir, IAS Officer, to join shortly. Meanwhile, I request CS Kiran K.A., Company Secretary, Cochin Shipyard Limited, to please introduce the panelists on the dais.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my duty to welcome the guests who have been invited to take today's session on leadership skills and crisis management. We all know that as a company secretary, we are leading various companies throughout India. So we will be going through various crisis, stress in this process. So it's very important how we manage this crisis situation when we come to deal with it. Certain matters in our job as a company secretary, whether in practice or in employment, are spontaneous. We might not be able to overcome that in certain situations. In such situations, our institute, ICSI, is striving in developing multidisciplinary professionals in such a way that all such circumstances can be easily overcome by a professional like a company secretary. So a company secretary is basically enhancing the value as a professional and building good professionals for the nation. Today's panelists for our session, Leadership Skills versus Crisis Management, with regard to crisis management, Shri Prashant Nair IAS, who is on his way and will be joining us shortly. Shri Prashant Nair is a civil servant and a member of the Indian Administrative Service. Presently, he is serving as Managing Director of Kerala Shipping and Inland Navigation Corporation. Through hailing from Talasheri in Kannur district, Prashant grew up in Thiruvananthapuram. He graduated in law from the University of Kerala. In 2007, he was selected to the Indian Administrative Service and born on the Kerala cadre. He was served in various capacities in various sectors, including tourism, taxation, roads, water supply, shipping, energy, and skill development, etc. He has headed 2 World Bank projects, namely Chalnidhi and KSTP. As district magistrate in Kozhikode district of Kerala, he earned the moniker of Collector Bro for his citizen-friendly and participative approach in governance. He is known for initiating Operation Sulaimani to eradicate hunger under the umbrella project named Compassionate Kozhikode. Empowerment. International Tourism Bourse Berlin choose it as one of the 50 inspirational projects from around the world. Digital Empowerment Foundation and the Friedrich Naumann Foundation selected it for the Social Media for Empowerment Award. Prashant is considered as a pioneer in using social media for governance in India. An avid film buff, Shri Prashant has co-scripted Malayalam movies, directed short films, documentaries, and musicals. His short film, welcome sir. His short film, Devakanam, was premiered at Cannes Film Festival 2018. He has also acted in a movie titled Who, which was also premiered in Cannes 2018. He has also served as a speaker at various media and development forums, including the UN University Bonn, TEDx, LBS, NAA, Missouri, IIT, IIM, IRMA, etc. Welcome, Shri Prashant Nair, IAS.
Thank you. Once again, I would welcome Shri Prashant Nair sir, IAS and Managing Director of Kerala Shipping and Inland Navigation Corporation Limited. I would request CS Ranjit Pandeji sir to please present Angvastram and Planter to Shri Prashant Nair sir while we continue welcoming him with huge round of applause. Thank you. I request CS Kiran K.A. to please continue with the introduction of the panelists.
Our next panelist, Shri Manoj Chakravarti, Chief Practitioner, the Center for Ethics and Responsible Business, and former COO, Center of Corporate Governance and Citizenship, IIM Bangalore. Shri Manoj Chakravarti is having over half a century of experience, most of them at leadership level. He is currently engaged as a chief practitioner at the Center for Ethics and Responsible Business, a boutique advisory focusing on ethics being embedded in corporate strategy and integrating social responsibility as a core component of business strategy. Shri Manoj Chakravarti has been the Chief Operations Officer at IIMB Center for Corporate Governance and Citizenship, Bangalore. Vice President, Titan Company Limited, Tata Group, Head Profit Center, the Bhavan Group, Muscat, Oman, and Area Head with India Foils Limited. He has attended Scindia School, Gwalior, and has done graduation from St. Stephen's College, Delhi, and post-graduation from the Delhi School of Economics. His hobbies and interests include music, wildlife, and bonding with pets. Once again, welcome Shri Manoj Chakravarti, sir. Our very own well-known next panelist is Shri Kochausef Chitlepilli, Chairman Emeritus V-Guard Industries Limited. A master's degree in physics, Mr. Kochausef Chitlepilli began his career as a supervisor in an electronics company. A multifaceted individual, Mr. Kochausef Chitlepilli has been spearheading the V-Guard group since its inception. At the age of 27, the industrialist in him took shape, and with a borrowed capital of rupees 1 lakh from his father to set up a small manufacturing facility for stabilizers. Today, V-Guard is a listed company with BSc and NSc, having various electrical, electronic, and electromechanical products, which apart from other include electric and solar water heaters, cables and wires, domestic and agricultural pumps, inverters, fans, induction cooktop, mixer grinders, and so forth, with a turnover racing past rupees 1,700 crores. Is also a humanitarian par excellence, extending support to ailing patients battling with kidney disease. Mr. Kochausef Chitlepilli, along with a charitable institution based in Kerala, the Kidney Federation of India, formed a kidney chain, the first of its kind in India, wherein one close relative of the recipient will donate his or her kidney, and the next recipient's relative would donate further, thereby carrying forward this unique kidney chain. Mr. Kochausef Chitlepilli, having jotted down inspirational thoughts over the years, this was then authored a book called Practical Wisdom 1, a practical management guide that would come in handy to budding entrepreneurs, managers, and management students alike. He has also compiled a collection of his childhood memories in a book called Orma Kilivadil. Mr. Kochausef Chitlepilli is the recipient of numerous awards which were bestowed on him for his exemplary performance in business and philanthropical work. Among others was the Samman Patra Award for Top Income Taxpayer from Honorable Union Minister of State for Finance. I once again welcome Shri Kochausef Chitlepilli, sir. I welcome all the members on the dais, off the dais, all the panelists once again, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kiran. And now request CS Ranjit Pandeji, sir, moderator for the session, to please take the session ahead.
Thank you, Kiran. Thank you, Madhulika. So, this particular session is on leadership skill and crisis management. And all of us sitting here are one way or other leader of our own affairs, our own task, our own department, our own company. Some way or other, leadership skill has to be shown, not only into the, say, corporate, even into our personal life. When our kids or children see us as a role model, so there also leadership skill has to be shown, and we should become a mentor to our juniors in the corporate and even in the personal life. So whenever there is a leadership and whenever there is a, say, department or company or any atmosphere, crisis is also bound to happen. And in the crisis, how you manage the crisis, that is also a part of leadership. So this session is very filled with the enthusiasm. A lot of things are required to be deliberated. And I can say that very recently we have seen one of the worst crises of our time, that is COVID-19. And all of us has come victorious in this particular crisis. Not only corporate world, our own members, they have managed the crisis, sitting at home, managing the affairs of the company, digitally, attending the meeting virtually, and not only members, even institute has came out with, I think my dear friend Ashish Garg was the president at that point of time. And when at the beginning we were sitting and thinking that April, May is the lockdown and complete shutdown, what to do and what not to do, because everything we were doing is physical. So role of the leadership has came and he has shown the leadership. Already existing system from 2016-17, we have all the connect, we were doing the webinars, but no one was the taker. So takers was not there. Now takers are also there and system was also there, processes was also there. We started with the webinar and who's of India, be it spiritual leader, be it political leader, be it industry leader, everybody has been invited and members got engaged for those 60 days of lockdown like anything, and they were waiting for the webinars of ICSI. And not only webinars, thereafter certification course has been launched, and during that period, you won't believe, members has joined paying the fees and institute has earned at least 5 crore rupees during that point of time of lockdown. Knowledge upgradation has also been done. So that is the leadership our president at that point of time has shown. There are n number of instances where our leaders or our industry leaders, our institute leaders has managed the crisis. So what if structure of the this panel discussion would be like this, that each of the panelists, I'll be inviting one by one, they will be giving their initial remarks or opening remarks on the main theme, leadership skill vis-a-vis crisis management. And thereafter, I have some pointed questions also on the leadership skill and crisis management. We will throw same question to all three panelists. They take their different views or additional complementary and supplementary views. And thereafter, at the end, 10 minutes, 10-15 minutes, we'll open the floor for the question answer, and floor participation will also be done. So this will be the structure. So first of all, I'm inviting my first panelist, Mr. Chittilla Palli, for his opening remarks on the leadership skill and crisis management. You can sit here or you can go there, whatever is preferred to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. Respected fellow panelists, my good friends Vijay and Mr. Balasubramaniam, then Mr. Prashant IAS and Shri Chakravarti. Friends, today, now the topic is very simple regarding leadership and crisis management. I just thinking about crisis as well as leadership, I strongly believe unless there is a crisis situation, there is no need of any leadership. Very simple, no, if the situations are going very smoothly, there is no need of any leadership. Things will move its own. Whereas the crisis situation only give a litmus test to all of us now how our leadership shines. And just for your information, I never ever completed any MBA in management when I started my company. My passion was only towards technology, but later I noticed simply technology will not take you to the higher levels, because technology after a certain stage you can hire it, whereas leadership you have to learn yourself. That is very simple theory which I have learned from my own life. That's why I named my two books, Practical Wisdom 1 and 2, because whatever I learned through my practical experience, the way I became a leader, if at all. Now, one more reason I have to confess. Kerala, we have very few industries, and that's why I am a notable person in Kerala, where if I were in Mumbai or in Delhi, nobody is going to invite in your forum there to talk about leadership, because you can get a number of giants in Mumbai and Delhi. Friends, when we talk about leadership, again, some simple thoughts comes into my mind. Whether the leaders are born or whether we are trained, I strongly believe we are all trained. Any person with normal intelligence and average common sense definitely can be trained to be a leader. That is my experience, because I have trained a number of people in our firm as well as many other forums. It is possible, because I am a living example of a trained leader, because when I started my industry, I never had any idea about managing people, managing crisis situation. So, by and large, leadership can be trained. I used to wonder, I used to think about, say, about E. Sridharan, our well-known Keralite from Kerala. Once upon a time, he was a junior engineer. Somewhere, he was a junior engineer. Similarly, Narayana Murthy was a software engineer once upon a time. But year after year, they were trained themselves. They might have attended a number of training programs, sure, no doubt about it, because nowadays, knowledge, I believe knowledge is almost free. Abundance knowledge is available, only thing you have to tap it. Friends, when we talk about leadership again, from my knowledge, definitely unless we build a team, unless we encourage a team of people, what is the meaning of leadership? You must be a leader of a group of people. So for that, those subordinates definitely have to obey you. Not only they have to respect you, they have to treat you as a leader. Unless they treat you as a leader, and you cannot become a leader, whether it is in political party, whether it is in, say, even in, say, any religious forum, whether it is an institute. I strongly believe, unless we have followers, unless we have a number of subordinates, I believe there is no meaning in talking about, say, leadership. Whatever may be your, say, degrees, still the leadership will be questioned. Friends, from my knowledge, I try to upgrade, try to improve myself from a simple technology person to a leader by acquiring a lot of knowledge as far as, say, communication, similarly about man management, even the company laws. When our company was taken to public issue, V-Guard as well as Wonderla, I was wondering how many number of rules and regulations are existing in this beautiful country. We have too many number of rules and regulations, but we know how to violate also. Anyway, I am not blaming anybody. We are trying to find loopholes. Now we are masters in finding loopholes to to overcome the number of rules and regulations available in the country. There is no shortage of rules and regulations, but somehow, why India is still lagging behind China or some other countries? I strongly believe we need some more self-discipline. So, as a leader, I strongly believe it is inevitable that unless we have self-discipline our own, you cannot create a group of people as your subordinates or your followers. Anyway, let me cut short as a token of introduction, and I am ready to answer any number of questions it is raised to me. So with these few words, let me thank you once again for inviting me. Thank you very much. We will continue. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It was very crisp but pointed suggestions, and in fact your experience you have shared on what leadership is. In fact, 2 points I have taken out from your opening remarks. No crisis, no leadership, and there is no. So I have some opinion on this, and we will discuss and deliberate. So this will be first question of discussion. Then second is leader by training or experience, not by only merely study or by the position. So I think this, he has given 2 questions. So I'll cut my questions and I'll take say questions from your thoughts only. And we'll discuss and deliberate in times, say. Second panelist is Mr. Manoj Chakravarti, Chief Practitioner, the Center of Ethics and Responsible Business. So I'll also request him to give his opening remarks for 7-8 minutes on leadership skill vis-a-vis crisis management. Mr. Chakravarti. 8 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much for having invited me, and it's a great privilege. We have been spending this morning talking about technology and artificial intelligence. Now, I think it has a very close link with leadership. The most important one being that, for heaven's sake, make intelligence and technology your service provider. Make it your servant, make it your, well, to use the wrong word, slave. And not become the reverse. I've had the experience in the last 2 months of being locked out of my computer because I hadn't used it during COVID. I used another laptop, and it says your password is not recognized. And it took the Indian Institute of Management IT cell to reload the operating system, which meant the old data was lost. And I could have done that easily if I had preserved that password. Take the income tax. It's been very streamlined, but there were glitches. And some refunds came within the same day, and some refunds were not even, some applications were not even acknowledged. So there are these bugs that can happen in artificial intelligence and intelligence. My request is that be on top of it, and to be on top of it, you have to have some leadership skills. It can create any kind of a crisis. Now, what exactly is a crisis? Why is it that we talk about crisis? A crisis becomes critical because it disrupts your decision-making process. The day is not going well. Something has happened. There's no water in the tank, and therefore I can't have a bath. Now that's a crisis. So if there is a disruption from an external happening which has disrupted your decision-making process, you have a crisis. It can happen in a sport, it can happen in business, it can happen in politics, it can happen in medicine world that we've seen. And whereas I completely agree with my earlier speaker that leadership can be trained, of course it can be trained. But there are certain intrinsic characteristics which I dare say I'm still haven't come to the conclusion that are they genetic? Are they part of your psyche? I'm referring to integrity and courage. You cannot have a leader without courage. Of course, you can be trained, you know how to react. Now, just to give you an illustration of this, I worked with the Tata Group for a long time. Tanishq was our product. Do you know that the first 8 years of Tanishq were complete misery? We bled, we lost money, because of a decision taken that we were only going to produce 14-karat gold, not understanding that India does not accept 14-karat gold, 18-karat gold. 18-karat gold is very good for pliability, for making into artistic designs. But India has a psyche of 22-karat hard gold. So 8 years, Bombay House, Tata House, told us to close down Tanishq. All the top-notch leaders from Bombay House came down and said, close it down right now. You're losing money, and we can't support you beyond a point. What do you do in a situation like this? Do you close down? Or do you admit to your stakeholders, sorry pal, we made a mistake. And we did just that. We said, well, we didn't say we made a mistake, we said, well, maybe we had got it wrong, we have to go in for 22-karat gold. But how do you re-enter a market which has rejected you suddenly after 8 years with 22-karat gold? We had to think out of the box. And the same leadership team which was responsible for perhaps the wrong decision of going in for 18-karat gold decided that we will prove to the public that we have a device called the carat meter which will tell you how pure a gold is. So we stormed the market with the claim that your family jeweler has been cheating you for the last 25 years. And we backed that claim by saying, bring your gold into our carat meter and test it out. Today, almost every jewelry shop, Tanishq or otherwise, has a carat meter to test your gold. But it required courage to own up, to say, sorry, we made a mistake. You gentlemen are in Tata, in finance and protocol and compliance. You would have heard the story of Tata Finance. Went through a bad time because of an unethical scenario. But what did the leadership do? In a finance company, the most important criteria is that your money is protected. So Ishat Hussain flew down and assured every stakeholder, leave alone the problem, your money is safe. We have pumped in money so that you can go to the finance company today and encash your deposit. Cadbury, worms in the chocolates. It can close down a company. But you have to own up and say how it happened, investigate why it happened. Coca-Cola, pesticides in their formulation. Could be various reasons, but how do you own up? And that is where the leadership team, by consensus and discussions, not by acting alone. Incidentally, leadership is very rarely, in my experience, is very rarely just one person. Yes, he leads by example, certainly. But most decisions in difficult scenarios are done by a consensus. by a group of people. So decisions will be made. Bad decisions will be made time and again. But it is in those decisions that the mark of a leader comes out by way of courage, integrity, and honesty. So these, to me, are the most important criteria of a leader, and we'll take it as we go along.
Thank you, Mr. Chakravarti. You are dot 8 minutes. In fact, it was dot 8 minutes. Amazing. Dot 8 minutes. So that is also leadership. Time management. So our next panelist with us is Mr. Prashant Nair, IAS, Managing Director, Kerala Shipping and Island Navigation Corporation Limited. So taking a point forward that leadership can't be without courage, and a point is coming from here that openness, whether leaders should be open, because you talk about the integrity, honesty, and of course courage, these three things. So if I talk about honesty, so that means leader cannot be diplomatic. He has to open his heart out. It's a very, very difficult. So this will be my third question for the panelists to discuss, that whether it will be opening the heart out always, or we should be diplomatic some point of time. So this is another food for thought, and we should discuss. Now, Mr. Prashant Nair, your opening remarks on the theme.
Good afternoon, esteemed panelists and guests here. I hope all of you have seen KGF. Crisis I don't like, but crisis everywhere. It's always after me. I think every corporate entity, every organization goes through this. And as Chitlapalli sir just mentioned, without crisis, I don't think there is the need for leadership or organization to exist. Let us think of crisis in a slightly different terminology. In government, we always, I think we perpetually live in crisis. We are almost always firefighting, because that's the only concern we ever have. We even call, we put a better word for it. We say disaster. We are more stark about it. Disaster. A slightly better word is crisis, but I think the best word is challenge. You're facing challenges. When you say crisis, when you say disaster, I mean the connotation is different, but I think the real word is challenge. And challenges being thrown to you every day, that itself is the best training which you can get. Leadership is definitely trained. It can be acquired. It can be a process through which you improve yourself and all that. But it need not be structured training, in my opinion. It need not be structured training at all. It could be experience. And I think the best example is Chitlapalli sir himself, because see, I think having done business in Kerala, that values much more than MBA from Harvard. Having done that successfully, I mean, see, the experience, the knowledge that you acquire is far more valuable than you get in a classroom. And that is training. He has been trained by Kerala. Kerala Institute of Management, maybe we could brand it that way. And I'm not joking, that's the same thing which we speak within bureaucracy as well. Once we work in Kerala, there was a time when bureaucrats from Kerala cadre were highly valued in Delhi, even now, because the procedures are quite known to us, because we are quite conscious about the procedure rules, because you have to be very aware of it. You don't know from which side you will be kicked. You don't know where you will be hauled up. Whereas in other cadres where my batchmates work, it's a system of my-bap, culture. You just say भाई ये कर देना हो जाता है. You don't ask how. You don't ask where the budget provision is, whether the administrative sanction has been issued, whether the technical sanction has been issued. It just gets done. The problem with that is you don't learn the nitty-gritty problems, the risk assessment, what the compliances are required. That's not known. So if you work in an environment where all these things are compulsory, you improve yourself. So basically, training happens that way. And now is the era of agile leadership. You keep encountering challenges. I won't use the word crisis. You keep encountering challenges. You find a way around it. You find a way to go over it. You find a way to duck it. You just proceed. You just keep proceeding to your target. That's agile leadership. So maybe during the floods of 2018 in Kerala, all of us had experienced this agile leadership in various organizations. It could be NGOs, it could be even from within government, or people just amorphously coming together to rescue people. Generally we think that rescuing people from a flood is nothing but going and pulling them out from water. No, that's not that. You need a huge organizational backup, technology, plotting the locations, getting their GPS coordinates, compiling them, and deleting and having provision for duplication. You cannot have resources wasted over the same locations. When you know that someone has been rescued from that place, you cannot send a helicopter again. So how do you delete that? So you need to have a master copy. How do you do all this? Most of this was done remotely by techies who were not even in Kerala, who were collaborating from Bangalore, New York, Chennai, all these places. How is that possible? That's possible because of agile leadership, finding a solution outside the box, thinking outside the box, and going out and just going after the target, the goal. Again with COVID, I think most challenges or the crisis, some things get thrown to us, some are self-inflicted. We create it for ourselves. Most of the crisis which we encountered during COVID, I thought was self-inflicted, illogical. And then we cry over it. It's a fact. At least now we should be talking about it. At least in the coming years, I think things should be written about it. What nonsense were we doing? I wouldn't get into the details, but I think someone should seriously take up that. Half of the crisis was man-made, self-inflicted, created, artificial. By imagining an totally non-existent crisis. During the Black Death, plague, in every country inflicted by plague, what percentage of population died? Can anyone just give a guess, just like that? What percentage? Just a number, come on. 1%? No, it was 25%. 25% of a population. Okay, if there's 100 people, 25 of them would be dead. When you had this Spanish flu, it was around 10% of the population who died, completely washed out. Of the population, not the people who got the disease, but the population, 25, 10. Now, in the case of COVID, what was the percentage? 3. Any other numbers? 2. Yeah, it was 0.28. And imagine the drama we created, imagine the crisis we created, imagine the damage inflicted by the fear of COVID than COVID. Wait sometime later, history will clearly judge this, what we were doing. This is what is called mismanagement by imagining a dragon, a monster, a crisis. It is in the mind actually. It's a psychological game. Every organization, every human being goes through this. You first create an image of a crisis and then you play along. Instead, if you see it as a challenge, you play with it. You overcome it. You go across it. That is what is required when you face a challenge. Again, I say it's not crisis. With those words, I'll just wind up. I think I'll be there on the panel. We'll take the discussion further. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prashant. Thank you so much. So, from the opening remarks by all the three panelists, I can gather three questions. And Banu is looking at me whether I'll be taking up her questions which she designed or not. I think I will not be able to take now. So, first point which has been discussed here is, if there is no crisis, there is no need of leadership, and real test of leadership comes in the crisis only. First part of the question I agree, but second part of the question I don't agree. To some extent I agree, but it is not the sole thing. Because something is called identification of risk. Corporate, we always see that identification of the risk. I'm not talking about COVID, which is, came from nowhere and, inflicted the entire world. But I'm talking about, identifiable risk. Then something is called planning, strategy, and managing those, things in a proper manner so that we should be, less into crisis. So, my first question to the panelist, whether planning and strategy plays an important role to avoid the crisis, and do leaders have any role to play in, planning, strategy, and all other things so that crisis should not come, and or if at all it comes, it should be mitigated to the minimum level. So I'll go first on the, Chitrapalli sir.
Yeah, okay, yeah. According to me, of course, planning is good, well and good, but at the same time, you can expect unexpected issues, let us say challenges, rather saying crisis. Definitely there will be challenges, unexpected challenges definitely will come up, and that is the time we are proving our mettle as a leader. Now what will be our answer, what will be our action. So as a leader, I strongly believe we must be ready for both. Many things we can avoid, at the same time some will be definitely unexpected. That is my simple thinking. Thank you.
So now going to Mr. Chakravarti. So what is your views on this planning vis-a-vis mitigation of the risk and mitigation of the crisis? And of course, I again saying that agree to the point that in the crisis, a real test of leadership is always there. Having said so, whether other aspect of the leadership can be there, and I think which can be highlighted here.
Okay. Before I respond, all right? Okay. The moderator mentioned that how can one be courageous and diplomatic and balance that out? I have only one example. We have a very savvy foreign minister who's an ex-bureaucrat, former bureaucrat, Jaishankar. And I think the world acknowledges the fact that the way he responds to the Indian stand, regardless of any political affiliation, the way India responded to the Ukrainian crisis and the way he explained that this is what our game plan is, I think it's one of the best examples of courage with diplomacy that one has seen in the last 5 years. Okay. Now, coming to his question that, everything cannot be planned. Dhoni cannot plan what the opposition is going to do every time. But you can prepare for it. And therefore, as an earlier speaker said, there is enough room for training and drills in what-if situations. It only hones, it sort of sharpens your response. It's like a battlefield. Why is it that we have all kinds of drills, Operation Brass Tacks and, you know, Air Force drills? It is not that there is a big crisis in the making, but should it happen, it has to fall in place. And today's world is so erratic in that sense. It's so up and down. I mean, you have a look at the stock market, the way it behaves. It's ping pong every day. So how is somebody going to prepare for that? Yes, a crisis does often happen unscheduled, unannounced. But you got to be in good health to face it. I mean, how a crisis can be mismanaged and lead to complete disaster is you can see Pakistan's reaction to the Bangladesh war. They got dismembered, no preparation, only hype, no telling, no confirmation that the West will help you out if you hold out. So therefore, courage, honesty, integrity was important. If you read any of the stories of the generals, they blame the fact that we were misled. We were, you know, it is to some extent, even our own case of the 1962 debacle, we were unprepared. Today we are 100 times more prepared, and there is confidence. So whereas the externality can bring about a challenge, the more training and familiarity we have in facing those challenges will help us out. It's like preparing an exam. An exam is not a crisis, it's a challenge.
Yes.
But the more you prepare for it, the more equipped you are to handle it. And similarly, most organizations today are living organizations, in the sense that they behave like a human being. There is compassion, there is decision making, and you know, all of you being chartered secretaries and company secretaries, you know, we are moving to an age of a CT scan of the company through integrated reporting. I expect that in the next 2 years, SEBI will say the annual report must be an integrated report. Integrated report means that all the functions of the company are held together in one report. The report primarily conveying to the stakeholder what we did right, what we did wrong, transparently. As currently, the scenario is there is a sustainability report, there is a CSR report, there is an annual report, there is a financial report. The stakeholder, unfortunately, doesn't have the time to go through all those 4 or 5 reports. And I know from experience, having been the author of many of these reports adorn the desks of managing directors. They're there. Compliance ho gaya hai. BRR ho gaya hai. But therefore, we are moving to where response time will be demanded much faster. And that will come through when it's like a CT scan. The integrated reporting system tells you exactly what is wrong with the company, where the health is going wrong. So I feel that training towards this direction, using artificial intelligence, interacting with others, will be a part of the entire making of the corporation.
So I think you have given a good suggestion to all the company secretaries in regard to integrated reporting. One clue I have taken, and in fact this gives the answer to the first question, that planning and strategy is important, but you cannot plan for everything. But at the same time, you be prepared to face any kind of challenges. That is, preparation is important. Planning is one thing for foreseeable, but preparing for the crisis is another thing, and which is not foreseeable, but you should be mentally, physically, or infrastructure-wise prepared. Like, we were mostly prepared for the COVID, but kind of, say, I think Prashant ji has nailed it. He said that loss due to COVID is very less, then fear of COVID has created more loss to it. So I absolutely agree to this particular point. So now I think we'll move to the second question, fresh question to Mr. Prashant. There is a concept of born leader, there is a concept of trained leaders. Fine. There are some intellectuals who are called as born leaders, that yes, I am born to be the leader, I become the leader. But there is a training aspect also. Some mediocre person or some person who was not at all very shy in nature and not having the courage at all, but they also later on turn to be a great leaders. 4 aspects our panelist has already discussed. Training. Then Mr. Prashant bring in new dimension is experience. Third is study. And fourth one is combination of all 3. It may be training, it may be experience, it may be study. And I can go by with my experience. When I was president in the year 2019, most of the things was by experience. It was not by training, it was not by study at all. It is completely experience. Responding to the situations, responding to the crisis. Even we have faced 4 or 5 crises in a year, and we responded it well, and that challenge become the opportunity, and that has become the milestone for the profession. So it has given the challenges, situation has given the challenges, we responded well to the situation as a leader, and we got the, say, reward in the challenge also. So my question to the panelist is whether only experience is important, or some training has to be done, or they should be studying also well, or all the combination, or only experience can teach and make you a leader. Mr. Prashant, first to you.
Thank you. I think when we use the term training, it has to be a wider connotation because training includes experience. What I say is it should be a mentality of training, a mentality of learning. If you have that mentality, even a wee bit of experience turns into a wonderful training program for you. You learn from your even single experience, not even your own experience, you learn from others' experience. Actually, that's the smartest way to learn. You learn from others' mistakes and experiences, not from your own thing. And then you be prepared for the challenge or crisis or whatever. The real problem is whether we are willing to be prepared. Like, see, all of us know that we are all going to die. But that doesn't mean that we start planning for a funeral. We don't do that, even though we know that that's going to happen. In fact, in India, we have a problem even writing a will, because we don't want to acknowledge the fact that we are going to die. It's Ashubha. Why should you talk about that? So we won't even make a will. The same way, even in a company, what are the things that could go wrong? You generally don't like to discuss that. There's something called mind guarding, where everyone comes together, the boss ka chamcha type, all come together and they say, you should not say this to the boss, he'll be disturbed. Now, this has happened historically, this has happened in the best or the most celebrated case study of this is the Bay of Pigs crisis. If you have read that, if you could just Google, there's something called Bay of Pigs, where the Cuban crisis, the missile crisis. Everyone around the US president didn't want to tell him, nobody wanted to tell him the uncomfortable truth until he was in a real soup. So this happens in every company. So what do? You actually need to cultivate someone who could work as a devil's advocate within your organization. When someone tells you the uncomfortable truth, you don't need to immediately finish him off. You cultivate him so long as he speaks sense. And don't encourage this yes sir kind of people. This happens in government also, by the way. People like yes sir people. And nobody wants to be questioned. The uncomfortable truth is not encouraged. And this is what ultimately puts them, everyone, into soup. All the crises, if you just look at that, you'll find that there was some point when it could have been averted. At that point, somebody might have told something and he would have been kicked out. That's history. I think we need to consciously encourage dissent, consciously encourage differing viewpoints. I'm not saying that you should celebrate it. You should find a way out. You should find a way to get around it. But do encourage dissent. That's the best vaccination against crisis or this kind of issues.
So, yes, you want to supplement?
I just wanted to mention that, experience is a very strange thing. For example, it has been found out that maybe 40% of all our work that we do is routine. It's whether we like it or not, the fact of the matter is 35 to 40% of the work that we do in our corporate career is more or less routine. Now, just for a moment, if you were to think, but that is not experience. You had the same experience for 20 years, but that is not 20 years experience. So where is the diverse situations coming into your experience? If I'm doing a sales job, I know the target, I keep on doing it, it's the same thing. So I won't deem it to be completely correct to say that I've got 25 years of experience. No. I've got 1 year's experience 25 times. Now maybe that's an extreme. But the point that I'm trying to make is that's where training comes into simulated situations. Yes. Learning from others. Learning by doing. Amartya Sen had this fantastic classic. He said, you don't have to learn it through an MBA. Learn it by doing. Yes, learning by doing can be expensive because it is your own cost. But there is no substitute for training in anything. Even in ethics, which I've taught for the last 15 years, there is training. How do you report an ethical violation? What will you think? As the gentleman here was saying that, can I go against the boss? Now, it is very easy to say dissent should be encouraged. But there is also a fact, an uncomfortable fact, that many bosses do not like dissent. It's a fact. Why would I like to be told by a junior guy that, sir, your decision making in launching Titan in Europe was wrong? My God, it happened. What I'm telling you is actually happened. We launched in Europe because nobody had the courage at that time to tell the boss, sorry sir, we're making a mistake. Because we didn't have the qualification. Boss was Oxford, Tata Group, this, that, and that. How can I tell him that, sir, there is no chance? So you learn from experience. So it's a mixture of experience, mixture of things, and ultimately your own courage, integrity, how you've been brought up in terms of your environment. I think all of that has a role to play.
So, I think I would ask Chitrapalli ji to supplement a bit on this. Then I'll move on to the next question.
Yeah, okay. Again, when we think about successful leaders, one more major component what we are seeing, irrespective of any cadre, the successful leaders, a common trait, common phenomenon, what we can see, all of them are positive thinking people. All of them are having courageous. All of them are having a lot of self-confidence. Self-confidence may be acquired, maybe because of acquiring more and more knowledge. But by and large, unless and until we are having a lot of self-confidence and positive thinking, it is very difficult to be successful. So that is the one point to be added.
One point one of the panelists has mentioned during the opening remarks is leading the team. And unless there is a team and unless you lead it, I think there is no point of being the leader. The question comes that do we think of leadership by position, or do we see that followers, I think you said that followers should be there. So followers should be by your quality and the way you are responding to the situation, the way you are mentoring them, the way you are guiding them. So people, or say your subordinates, are getting impressed by your way of handling the things, and they are becoming automatic followers of yours. So that is one way that you are automatically getting the followers. And second way is that because of position you are being respected. The moment you are out of the position, you are not respected at all. So there are two things. So of course, second type of leadership is good leadership. But question comes here is that most of the leaders today are getting respected by the position. So what should be done by a leader to get respected by, say, his qualities, by way he is mentoring the followers or subordinates? So your, say, crisp and pointed thoughts on this. I will start with you, Prashant.
Okay. I think, a leader distinguishes himself when he starts showing human qualities. Otherwise, he's just a machine. In administration, we keep saying, you should abide by rules, abide by regulations and all that stuff. But I honestly say I have many a times taken the liberty to interpret rules and laws in such a way that it benefits somebody, and to take the risk of that. Not just me, there are so many officers who do that. And I think that has to be done, because if just rules and regulations have to be mechanically imposed, a machine could do that. Then why do we need a human being there? So that human quality has to come in, and that distinguishes you as a person, as a leader, as a manager, as a whoever. I mean, when you are leading an organization, if you are not distinguished from that position, if you don't grow beyond that position, you are nobody. So in fact, when I speak to the officer trainees in Missouri, when I go for some classes and all that, I keep telling them, don't think that you are an IAS officer. That is just one of the jobs which you are going to do. You are a human being, you are a person. You should be slightly arrogant that you are much beyond that position. You are much beyond that seat. Same applies to any leader who is leading any company. And I think the best example here is Chitlapalli sir. See, he is not identified just as a head of V-Guard. He is much beyond that. As a person, as a human being, as a compassionate human being, he has grown much beyond that. And that is why he is followed. That's why people look up to him. That is why he is a true leader. And I think this has to be clearly understood. Often what happens is when someone occupies a seat, occupies a position, that gets into his head. And he starts throwing tantrums, showing off the power of MD or CMD or collector, whatever is the position he is holding. This shrinks him as a person. He goes inwardly shrinking, and finally he becomes a petty small person. And when he goes out of that seat, obviously who cares? Because the seat is bigger. You get another person to occupy that seat. Instead, if he grew beyond that seat, as a person, as an individual, as a human being, when he goes, you feel the vacuum. You miss him. And I think that means leadership.
I just want to give an example.
Yes.
I cannot think of a better example of what he just said, and I'm sure all of you will agree. And this is something that no MBA, I am 14 years, no MBA actually teaches you. And that was what JRD called management by compassion and management by affection. These are two principles he said they are the most important to be in the Tata Group. You must learn to be a leader with compassion and affection. See, integrity was a given. I mean, you don't survive that apart. So, this is something that we often tend to overlook because it is not taught formally in these schools. But as he said, it is the most important aspect, and getting feedback. Now there are sophisticated methods, 360-degree feedback, which is telling your colleagues, telling your superiors, juniors and superiors, hey, listen, what do you think of the A, B, C, D, what I did? And they will tell you to your face that, hey, listen, you goofed up in A, you did B was all right. So this is only to further improve yourself. Everybody tells you that you are the boss and you are the best. Now how do you learn? So that is the courageous part of it, that your colleagues, superiors and juniors must give you feedback which is taken in the right spirit.
I think I have a few more questions, but I think we have already had 1 hour session, and we are not able to even see the time that 1 hour has already been passed. So a few questions from the floor. If you have any question to any of the panelists, name the panelist and you can ask the question. I think we'll take 2-3 questions from the audience. Any question? Yes, please.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm Ram Ganesh. It's a quick question. Normally, company secretaries are groomed to say rules. Right? We are being groomed, trained to say rules to the management, and obviously, society or the management don't like people who say rules. Especially yesterday's session, Shankar sir told about the zeal versus Invesco. So behind every case law, we have to understand there is a company secretary who's being crushed in. So the question is whether we have to we have to uphold the integrity to protect the stakeholders, or whether we have to please the management who give the salary. So there is always a dilemma for a company secretary to stand in between. So that is the biggest trouble that a company secretary always faces. So how to manage this particular crisis? Or in my opinion, to be a good leader, we need a good leader above. So that is what, so when you want to be a good leader, we need to have a leader above. So in that way, how a company secretary can maintain a balance that what he had been taught and how to face the management pressure.
Excellent question. Any of the panelists want to take it up?
Yeah, okay. Whether you are a company secretary, whether you are a CFO, or whether you are a GM of an organization, I suggest try to be transparent as possible, because we have to think about the organization. At the same time, we have to think about the stakeholders also. So your transparency, or your how long we can continue with our hypocrisy? I believe only for a shorter period. So the simple answer comes from my mind is try to be as transparent as possible.
I think being a company secretary, I want to add something to this. See, I know, and you put a very right question, that it's a very, very difficult position. And company secretary, word secretary itself has the secret. And we are considered as one of the nodal point in the organization for all the stakeholders. Responsibility has cast on the company secretary to be conscious keeper not only to the board and management, but to all the stakeholders, be it investors, be it management, be it shareholders, employees, and whosoever is, even customers and consumers. So its responsibility is much, much bigger. And as sir has said, Chitrapalli sir has said, keep transparency. And in fact, law itself suggests that reporting and giving the right perspective to the management is important thing. Our job is not to take the decision. Our job is to facilitate the decision making. And all aspect of, say, legal position, organizational position, situation, what will be the consequences of that decision, all things should be conveyed to the top management by the company secretary. And thereafter, whatever decision management takes, we will have to execute those decisions. So our position is not as a decision maker. We are leader in a different sense altogether. We are leader of good governance. We will have to follow the principle and nuances of the good governance. And if we'll talk about the principle of good governance, transparency and disclosure is one of the most important thing, be it at a board level or be it at the exchange level or to the government. So I think this is from my side. I think Prashant want to add something.
I'll just add just one point. I am myself a lawyer by training. So in fact, I get upset when because I have headed, I think, 8 or 9 companies over the past 10, 15, 16 years in government. And I worked with so many company secretaries and CFOs. When have I got upset? I have got upset when my company secretary or my CFO has not alerted me on time on issues. It's not because they have told me something. It's only when they have not alerted me on issues. And I think when we say, okay, that there is a legal thing to be, red flagged, how do we flag it? Our purpose as a team is to get things done. The management has some idea, some goal here. Now, you know the legal provisions. When you state the provisions, you don't state that these are the things that are going to roadblock you. What you have to say is these are the routes which you have to take so that you are going to reach there. These are the legal things. So come on, let's take this route. Don't go straight through this way. That's the wrong route. So your job is to give the right pathway. If you do that, I don't think any management would be really upset. A good management, a good leader will not be upset with you. He'll be more than happy with you. Thank you.
I think one more question, if anybody has the question. Yes, please. He's bringing. Yes.
Yeah, I'll take a leaf from
I'll
the
come
previous
to you later on. Yes.
Yeah. Hi, I am Sanjeev Mishra. I have come from Delhi. So the question is that recently sometimes we come across that management feels that we should be more practical and we should have a pragmatic approach and not always be bookish. So in order to sail through or navigate the situation, sometimes it encounters that, a fresh procedure needs to be done, which could encompass certain other procedures which is to be tackled by some other department other than the secretarial department. In that case, sometimes it sees that it comes to notice that secretarial department has to compromise to avoid that further cumbersome procedure. So how do we so this conflict of interest, how do we handle?
Okay. Sir, you want to?
Just one sentence. No, just do your duty. Forget about the fruits, whether it is good or bad. You have to, as Mr. Pandey explained, it is your duty to reveal the truth. Come out of the truth. That's the only thing which I can supplement.
I just wanted to add that most conflicts, most controversies in corporate behavior are resolved by this thing called committee. The moment you form a group and try to get a consensus, you'll find that this conflict between camp A and camp B, or this decision, that decision, will go. And it becomes much easier to sort of evolve a consensus amongst the senior leadership team if one starts a practice or a protocol of a management by a collection of people. Of course, the leader takes the final decision, but before he takes it, he throws it open to the house. Hey, listen, we've had this problem. What do we do? And there's a CFO, there's a CTO, there's manufacturing chief, and they all sit together, part
navigate, and then you can also push that decision on that people the collective. And most decisions should be collective.
Yes. I just want to go to the root cause of the conflict, particularly in the situation given by you. Root cause is lack of SOPs. When we are framing the policies in the company to be implemented, we don't consider, we make the policies or standard operating process for the approval, taking approvals or making the decisions on the basis of the law, rule book. And that is what the problem is. We don't consider the practical aspect in the organization. Say for example, something is required to be approved by the CFO and then it should be coming to the company secretary in the SOP. You develop a SOP wherein when CFO is taking the decision, I think he should be asking the company secretary to give the feedback whether this thing can be done or not. So my advice to all the company secretary here is that go back and sit on the drawing board, see whatever policies you have framed for the company. More than 23 policies are there in the company, which is a listed company. And there are some standard operating process for the investments, approval, loans, borrowings, and so on and so forth, or even for the related party transaction. Sit on those and try to find out what is the hierarchy, what is the authority, how it should be coming to the company secretary, how it should be communicated down the line, how it will be presented to the management. Each and everything should be defined and known to the people so that it should not be coming as a crisis. It should be well-known fact to all the people in the organization, all the hierarchy in the organization that yes, this is my role and responsibility, and in the given situation, this process has to be followed. So you will strengthen the process, you will strengthen the system, less the crisis will come, less the conflict will come.
Thank you.
I think Pradeep, we are running out of time. If question is very important, then I will come to, otherwise I will close the session. I know your questions are important. Even Banu has given very important questions, but we went with the flow of the session. So we'll be wrapping up the session right now. It's a very, very wonderful deliberation by all the panelists. And so that shows that deliberation was very good. A round of applause. Thank you so much, each one of you, for giving your, sharing your experience rather than the thoughts. I will say it is, experience was coming out of your, through your words. Request Vijay to kindly propose vote of thanks and conclude the session now.
Good afternoon, respected leaders on the dais and off the dais. I have had the experience of working with a great organization initially for the 10 years of my career before my starting the practice. So when I joined, it was a remote village where a amusement park is constructing. So I was one of the employee there, a postgraduate in commerce only. So I think leaders also believe in creating leaders. So in 1998 itself, my leader sent me to Abad Plaza for a training every day evening 6 to 8. So I was a little bit reluctant to take this course because the full day working there, then coming to this class, learning. But the very next day, my boss will ask, what was the learning yesterday? So there was a course called Awakeness. So he sent me for that. After that, whenever I was working there, I got opportunity to complete my MBA, my CS, everything during that. So he also believed in giving learning also. So after that, when I almost completing my career, I completed my CS. When there is an opportunity came in the course of IPO in VGuard. So the leadership changed, asked me to change the position to VGuard. I got an opportunity to participate in IPO. And after this experience, I got some shares also. After all this getting, I asked him, sir, I have some fever like you. I want to start my own practice. So he said, you go, become a leader. So I think creating leadership is also a passionate thinking of a leader. So let me go to my, as we all heard, this session was an electrifying one, which like others also. So first of all, let me thank Shri Prashant sir, IAS, for spending his valuable time with us and sharing your thoughts, sir. Let me also thank Mr. Manoj Chakravarti. Sir, we are very much thankful for sharing your inputs and wisdom. And of course, Kocha Saib sir, he is was and always be my mentor also. So thank you so much for sharing your practical wisdom. Thank you so much. On behalf of ICSI, I thank all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, in fact, for taking a session on a topic which is probably one of the most subjective topics that we have. I think the key takeaway for us was there's a leader in all of us. All we need to do is allow ourselves mentally to accept that crisis or that challenge to be the diamonds that we are seeking to be. So once again, thank you. I now request Mr. C.S. Pradeep PC sir, PCS from Kochi, to please present Shaheed Ki Beti certificate to Mr. Kochusef Chidilapalli sir. While we welcome them and with a huge round of applause, please. For the information of panelists, Shaheed Ki Beti certificate is an initiative by Institute of Company Secretaries of India in which they provide financial support to the girl child of martyrs. The amount accumulated under this fund, Shaheed Ki Beti, is donated to the concerned wing of Ministry of Defense. I would now request C.S. George Kurian sir, Senior Company Secretary from Kochi, to please present Shaheed Ki Beti certificate to Mr. Manoj Chakravarti sir. I further request C.S. Pradeep Kulkarni, Practicing Company Secretary from Bangalore, to please present Shaheed Ki Beti certificate to Shri Prashant Nair sir, IS officer. I further request Ranjit Pandeji sir to please be on the dais for a while. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We would now like to welcome Shri Chandrasekhar sir, Official Liquidator, Kerala, to please be on dais while we all welcome him with a huge round of applause. I request Ranjit Pandey sir to please present the Angvastram and planter to Shri Chandrasekhar sir, Official Liquidator, Kerala. Thank you. Members are requested to please proceed for lunch now. You are further requested to please be back by 2:30. Latest by 2:30 because we'll start by 2:30. Other programs are scheduled in line, so please make sure that you're here on time.
कि आज भारत का ग्रोथ जहां पर पहुंचा है उसमें कंपनी सेक्रेटरीज की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। क्योंकि किसी भी देश का विकास एक मजबूत कॉरपोरेट गवर्नेंस के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के बगैर हो ही नहीं सकता। कोई इन्वेस्ट तभी करता है जब व्यवस्था पर भरोसा होता है। कोई इन्वेस्ट तभी करता है जब व्यवस्था की पारदर्शिता पर भरोसा होता है, और कोई इन्वेस्ट तभी करता है जब गवर्नेंस की खराई पर, गवर्नेंस की प्रॉम्प्टनेस पर भरोसा होता है। और ये तीनों काम देश के कंपनी सेक्रेटरीज ने आज तक बहुत अच्छे से। जब आगे बढ़ना है तब कॉरपोरेट गवर्नेंस के अंदर समय के साथ साथ जो बदलाव हुए हैं वो बदलाव का सूक्ष्म अध्ययन कर वो बदलाव को अपने काम का हिस्सा बनाकर, स्वभाव बनाकर, और बदलाव को अपनी स्ट्रेंथ में परिवर्तित कर आगे बढ़ने की हमने एक योजना बनानी पड़ेगी। और मैं मानता हूं कि ICSI से ज्यादा इस काम कोई अच्छे से कर नहीं सकता। वो आप लोगों के भरोसे पूरा देश आगे बढ़ेगा। कॉर्पोरेट कल्चर कैसा होगा उसका शेप करने वाले जो लोग होते हैं उसमें आपकी जिम्मेदारी है कि हमारे देश के कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस को और कॉर्पोरेट कल्चर को आने वाली चुनौतियां और आने वाले मौके दोनों के लिए हम तैयार करें और देश के विकास के अंदर कंट्रीब्यूट करें। जिस प्रकार से डॉक्टर की जॉब नहीं होती है, वो पेशेंट के स्वास्थ्य की चिंता करती है, इसी तरह से कंपनी सेक्रेटरी कंपनी के स्वास्थ्य की चिंता करने के लिए होता है। आप लोगों के हाथ में कंपनी का स्वास्थ्य होता है, आपने बैलेंस बनाना है। एक और बोर्ड की बोनाफाइड मिस्टेक को कानूनी रास्ता भी दिखाना है, दूसरी ओर इन्वेस्टर और शेयर होल्डर के हित को भी ध्यान में रखना है, उसको प्रोटेक्ट करना है, तीसरी ओर सरकार के सभी कॉम्प्लायंसेस के लिए भी बोर्ड के अंदर जागरूकता लानी है। ये तीनों काम अगर आप बैलेंस से करते हो तो ही कंपनी की स्वास्थ्य, कंपनी की हेल्थ अच्छी रहेगी। 2015, 17, 19 और 20 इसमें एक्ट में बहुत सारे बदलाव करे गए और पिनल प्रोविजन को बहुत कम कर दिया गया। 81 जगह पे पिनल प्रोविजन को हटाकर पेनल्टी को डाल दिया गया है। और इसके साथ साथ जो व्यवस्था की है, इन हाउस मैकेनिज्म स्थापित करने की व्यवस्था को भी कानूनी स्वरूप दिया गया है। जब इन हाउस मैकेनिज्म स्थापित करने की व्यवस्था को कानूनी स्वरूप देते हैं तब सरकार आप पर भरोसा करे, कंपनी सेक्रेटरी पर भरोसा करे। सरकार अपने अधिकार आपको दे रही है और आपका दायित्व है कि कंपनी इन हाउस मैकेनिज्म की पूरी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी निभाए, वो कंपनी निभाए, इसकी जिम्मेदारी आपकी है। सरकार की जिम्मेदारी इससे कम होती है, आपकी जिम्मेदारी वहां से शुरू होती है। इसलिए आपको जागरूकता के साथ सरकार के भरोसे को जमीन पर उतारने का काम करना है। मैं इतना जरूर आपको कहना चाहता हूं। कॉरपोरेट्स के मार्गदर्शन हो, सेक्रेटरीट मानांक हो, ऑडिटिंग हो, हर चीज को बारीकी से आपको देखना है। ICSI ने भी एक ट्रेडिशनल प्रोफेशनल एसोसिएशन की तरह चलने की जगह इस बदलाव को संस्थागत करने के लिए, इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइज करने के लिए आपके काम में भी नए नए डायमेंशन आपने सोचने सकते। ICSI का जो पास्ट रिकॉर्ड है वो रिकॉर्ड बहुत अच्छा है और आने वाले समय में भी देश के अर्थतंत्र को गति देने में ICSI का कंट्रीब्यूशन, देश के कंपनी सेक्रेटरीज का कंट्रीब्यूशन इतना ही रहेगा, बल्कि और स्पष्ट दिशा वाला होगा, इसका मुझे भरोसा है।
We are all aware company secretaries hold a distinguished place.
I request all the members to please take their seats because we are about to begin the next session. I will request members' attention now. We are beginning with the next session, Opportunities Beyond Boundaries. I would like all of you to please welcome on stage CS Jambunathan Malik Sir, Director of Finance and Controlling India and Middle East Sulzer India Private Limited, CS Shagun Madan Ma'am, Company Secretary, Powertech Engineering Private Limited, CS Nagendra D. Rao, Program Director and Immediate Past President, ICSI, CS EP Madhusudan Sir, Past Chairman, Kochi Chapter, and CS Shri Vidya PM, Company Secretary, Agape Diagnosis Limited.
A warm good afternoon to everyone. It's very hard to listen after a lunch, and it's a heavy lunch. Anyway, due to lack of time, I'll quickly introduce our speakers of the day. Shri C.S. Jambunathan Malik is an alumni of IMD Switzerland, Certified Independent Director, Certified Financial Planner, Planning for Business Success and Product Cost Analysis, and Data Quality Process from Dana University, Ohio, USA. C.S. Jambunathan Malik is also a renowned member of ICSI and ICAI. He has around 17 years of overseas experience in Switzerland, UK, Singapore. He is associated with Switzerland Limited and Swiss MNC for more than 22 years and handling the charge of Director of Finance and Controlling. Sir, I welcome you, sir, in this section.
Thank you. Thank you. I now request CS Nagendra D. Rao, sir, to please present Angvastram and Planter to CS Jambunathan Malik, sir. Thank you. I would further request Nagendra D. Rao, sir, to please present Angvastram and Planter to CS Shagu Madan, ma'am. While we keep continuing felicitating the panelists here.
Shri C.S. Shagun Madan, a philanthropist and an accomplished banking and corporate compliance professional with over 2 decades of extensive experience in India, UAE and Australia. She served as an Australian public servant in the Australian Tax Office, worked with ANZ Bank, one of the top 4 banks of Australia, and was part of the legal team of Intellectual Human Right Laws Central Centre, Australia. She has also had a short stint in UAE with a company listed in Dubai Gold Commodity Exchange in Dubai Multi-Commodity Centre. Ma'am, I welcome you for this section. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very good afternoon to esteemed panelists as well as dear members present. The chairman said that it is very hard, but I am sure the deliberation which the panelists are going to share their word of wisdom, it would be a cakewalk for each and every one. And what more, cake is always served after the lunch or dinner or food is concerned. I am sure it will be an easy walk for all of us. The theme, the topic is the opportunities beyond boundaries. And when we talk about opportunities beyond boundaries, question comes that how a company secretary can help corporate outside India in various fields. Relevance of company secretaries who have just done or studied under the various corporate laws and other laws in India, how they can contribute outside India. Question comes, what kind of mark they can set up, what role responsibility they can take outside India in corporate, or whether they can practice, or whether a foreign company or a national can give some food for thought or work in India, outsource work in India, and how we can prove our mettle not only in India but outside India. To know more about all these opportunities, we have the esteemed panelist, Madam Shagun Madan, as well as the veteran CS J. Malik. I would first request CS Shagun Madan to make her a lucid presentation. Over to you, ma'am.
A very pleasant afternoon to all. I know it's after lunchtime and the last session. I can totally understand the feeling. But it is indeed my immense pleasure to share my views on this very interesting topic, opportunities beyond boundaries. In fact, the theme of this national conference itself is very much interesting and thrilling. Company secretaries pursuing perfection. Well, when the new opportunities are being pursued with perfection, there is no limit and there are no boundaries. And if you pursue your profession with passion and perfection, boundaries becomes opportunities. Today I wanted to start with a phrase, you can only exceed your limits if you have discovered them. So discover them. We all envision a world where we leverage our own strength to secure our futures. And that's why I'm here today talking about opportunities for companies beyond boundaries. And when I say beyond boundaries, I not only mean physical boundaries, I mean the mental state as well. Boundaries beyond company secretaries. In order to achieve the level of excellence in our professional and personal domain, we have to make sure that not only we achieve our goals, but we maintain them as well as with our continuous efforts in keeping ourselves updated with every new challenge that hits the market. We all are aware of the roles and opportunities available to a company secretary within India. Today I'll be sharing my views where we, as a company secretary, stand outside India. With my years of experience working in Australia and UAE, in almost every sector, be it private, public, or not-for-profit organization, I can assure you that CS is a well-recognized, respectable profession in many other countries in the world. In the next 10 to 15 minutes, I'll cut it down to 10, I'll be speaking on three things: recognition of CS abroad, employability factor, and the individual trait. Before I start, I wish to state that views shared on this podium is absolutely in my individual capacity, and I'm not intend to promote or demote any organization or institution. Some of you may or may not agree with me or may have different opinion, and that's absolutely fine. I respect that. Now, coming to the recognition of profession abroad, as I already told, it is a highly prestigious and demanding profession in various countries outside India. Needless to say that India too have witnessed a paradigm shift in the last decades, where CS as a profession has not only established a unique place for itself, but also is being appreciated in various stakeholders for its commendable work to bring the profession where it stands today. Thanks for the continuous effort of ICSI, its elected members, and the officers. Today, company secretaries worldwide have carved out for themselves a place of vital importance in the corporate sectors by dint of their core competencies, expertise, and performance. ICSI is one of those several institutions in various countries that have spearheaded the movement of internationalization of this profession. The CS profession is commanding respect not only in the corporate sector, but is well regarded by other professional as well as government authorities and agencies concerned with corporate governance in India and abroad. Today, companies worldwide are expecting their advisors, consultants to be strategic thinkers, understanding national and international regulatory pressures, and contributing proactively to the company's prosperity. The new era of globalization and dynamism has polished the shape of the role of a company secretary in a way that they're not only performing the task of collection and dissemination of relevant data and information to the board of directors and the stakeholders. Their role have now shifted towards assessment and judgment or opinion-oriented work, and provided valuable insights into complex and critical board issues rather than collecting and controlling information flow. The company secretary is a strategic position both nationally and internationally of considerable influence at the heart of the governance operation within an organization. Nowadays, company secretary is a complete package in itself. They have the broad skill set and include corporate law, finance, governance, strategy, and corporate secretarial practice. The corporate world and its leaders have recognized the role of CS for good governance and corporate practice. Australia is not far behind and acknowledges the value of profession. Australia is one of the most beautiful countries in the world. In Australia, there is a comparable course like CS. The governing body is called Governance Institute of Australia, and its members are called Chartered Governance Professional. Highlighting the specialized role of a CS in a benchmarking study conducted by the Governance Institute of Australia in 2015, it was indicated that the specialized role of a CS has evolved into a Chief Governance Officer. Quoting the press release, it says, directors are using them means CS, as a resource to ensure all boxes are ticked. In 97% of the organization, company secretaries have primary responsibility for the increasingly complex and important area of corporate governance. No longer just an administrative role, the company secretaries provide essential, high-level strategy advice, and companies are clearly willing to pay for them. I just wanted to share survey which in the morning during the breakfast happened. I was just researching something and came out that there was a survey conducted by Harvard University about the likelihood of a robot stealing human job 20 years down the line. It places CS at a low risk of only 6%, as compared to CA, which was 90%. So 20 years down the line, the role of CS have a risk of only 6%, robots taking. So you can see how indispensable we can, if we polish ourselves, if we make ourselves expert in our field. Now, talking about the recognition of CS, I've already discussed. Let's talk about the employability factor. So how employable we are, no matter we have been given recognition by various authorities, governments, and institute is doing a lot of stuff for us, but how employable we are in the market. A success of any profession, being a CA, CS, doctor, engineers, MBAs, totally depends upon their employability factor as an individual, which is nothing but an attribute of a person that makes a person able to gain and maintain employment. It is a universally acceptable principle that if you're not holding expert knowledge and not good in your field, you cannot get employment. Even if you get an employment, you're not being paid as you should have been paid. So this is applicable to every profession. You have to have some skill set, and that distinguishes you from others. I come across various queries related to employment of Indian CS outside India. Well, there is no direct answer to it, at least not with me. If I'll just say that with an Indian CS qualification, you will be asked to come abroad, or you will be accepted by the corporate world abroad, I'll be simply lying to you. I'll be giving wrong information to you. In order to be employable in a foreign land, you will have to earn authorization of that land and be familiar with the law of that land, adapt its culture, accept its people, and more importantly, get accepted by them. There is a logic behind it, why I'm saying this. Since science is universal, that's why a person from scientific background can work abroad without a second thought, but laws are not universal. They are country-specific. In fact, some countries like Australia, they are even state-specific, so every state law is different. Every country has its own set of rules and regulations, which simply means that corporate law, compliance rules, taxation laws and practices, etc., that you have studied in India would be irrelevant in UK, US, and Australia and other nations. That is why it is difficult for an Indian CS with only Indian qualification to work abroad but it is not impossible. It is necessary here to mention that having an Indian degree with a work experience can help you in many ways.
Can you please time out?
Okay, sorry. I have to cut short, guys. Just five more minutes? 2 minutes, okay. It's okay. I'll come to the last part, which I feel I should be giving most things. So what makes us as an Indian different from the rest of the world is that we are trained in an atmosphere of uncertainty and cutthroat competition, molded in a way to adapt in every situation of life where resources were scarce and opportunities were limited. We understand when to sacrifice and when to fight for our rights. We're being looked upon as a solution provider and a problem solver, and one who never gives up. This is at least my experience from the feedback I have from my ex-employers, colleagues, and clients, which makes me a proud Indian. I'll just take 1 more minute. Well, I have kept the focus of my discussion on opportunities of CS beyond the boundaries of nation. It is also imperative that we do not leave to discuss the company secretaries beyond the boundaries of company secretary itself or company law. We cannot restrict ourselves to something, then demand a commanding position. There is a need for company secretaries to venture into areas relating to corporate restructuring, taxation services, capital market, merger and acquisitions, international trade, arbitration, risk management, and whatnot. Apart from this, there is always a scope of adding new skill sets and additional qualifications in order to meet the challenge need of the world. In the end, I would like to say that it feels so good that wherever we go around the world, a profession is recognized with high fame, dignity, and respect. However, we have to pledge ourselves that we too contribute to this profession as an individual in whatever possible way we can to achieve professional excellence, no matter what part of the world we are. My concluding words would be, go beyond your boundaries, encash the opportunities to undertake the journey of infinity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are in the city of Queen of Arabian Sea, it is called as. So you have tied the weather across very well with a very, very limited point of time which has been given to you. Over to you, sir, please.
Thank you. Thank you, ICSI, and thank you, Cochin. Saundarya Nagaram, Buddhiyulla Makkal, Shuddhamana Nadu, Deivitrinda Sondamana Nadu. Correct? This is not big. I say this not because Nende Bharya Palakadano. It is because when you want to go beyond boundaries, you have to really do it. And the first step is the monumental step. So, if you want to be in Rome, do as the Romans do. That's what people say, right? So, if you want to be a company secretary beyond boundaries, look at yourself first. Are you there? Maybe there from the technical perspective, fundamental know-how of legal and regulation. Are you there in the place where you are supposed to be or you aspire to be? Maybe yes, maybe no. And what the institute has laid the foundation of having MOUs with countries where it is possible to aspire. And now it is our turn. I'm at the evening of my life. I've spent 17 years in 4 countries, 8 places in India. I've been dealing with 18 nationalities, either reporting or, into. So my time is going to be short. It's for you to catch up. And what will you catch up when you go there? Because the company secretary here is different than what it is in other countries. I would also say the opportunity arises in Commonwealth countries. Why Commonwealth countries? Because language is the biggest element that changes. And we all adopt Companies Act based on how our Britishers gave it to us. So it is just a question of change in the section. I passed in Companies Act 1956, but I have to learn 2013, correct? Similarly, when I go to UK, I have to learn 2014. So that's very clear first. But I want to quickly add what company secretaries, whether you call yourself a company secretary of an organization or you do a role that add values to the organization. Company secretary always is considered as a cost center. And now we have to make it how we add value. So where do we add value? Here are the list. IDDA, I don't know how many of you know IDDA. Intermediary due diligence. That means you are dealing with an agent. You have to see that you do a due diligence. Not only of him, but of his bank account, of his, how many of his relatives are in the public official. And all this may be very, very, in India, they will say, oh, ye to nahi hoga, sir. First answer, this is not possible. But we, even in our company in India, we have done it. You have a chartered accountant going to tax fellow, he has to sign. He has to be due diligence oriented. Why we do this? Because there are acts where we are responsible to comply with, which could be Prevention of Corruption, Anti-Bribery Act, Facilitation Payment, Hospitality, and all what you see in countries where you have agency-based businesses. And there is definitely a red flag. And it is for people like us to see what we have to see and what we have to mitigate the situation in order to do it. What else a company secretary as a person can do outside? Data privacy policy. Export control. What is export control? You send your raw material and your equipment to a country. You don't know where they are going to use it for. Is it going to be for a military protection or for something else for which it was not intended? So we all have in our company called International Trade Control Officer. That's a dual duty. Say a company secretary can play a very good role on it. Then comes data privacy law, protection of know-how security. There is a big list. Internal control, ethics, anti-corruption, hospitality and facilitation. Risk assessment. Risk assessment is very critical. Nowadays, you know, a company secretary is very efficient when he is a quasi-finance or a quasi-legal. That does not mean simpliciter company secretary is no good. But a quasi-finance and a quasi-legal gives him a little bit of jerk. Why does it give? Because certain things which commercial processes it goes through, this probably has a better risk assessment. What it means is when you have a contract with your customer or with your supplier, you have to review the terms and conditions. There are items like consequential damages, insurance being added on to this thing, limitation of liability, restricted to only the purchase order, liquidated damages. Now all this is your job, because when there is a peril, when there is a risk which has crystallized, it is for you who will explain to the board. And you will tell why no provision was made, what happened, why did we not do it. So this is a very big area for contract review globally. And like what President Nagendra Rao said, in company like us, we even outsource internally. The review of contract in Europe may be done by a person, like the company secretary reports to me, but he is also doing a legal guy for the region. And now he also does the European review. Now, what it means is, that means like what Shagun said, the employability factor or the trust that you created within the company, that you will be able to deliver what is given, is then the company secretary will be able to work in places where. Now, beyond the Commonwealth, I would say language is a big barrier. I worked in Switzerland, I worked in UK, I worked in Singapore. Now let's say Singapore, yes, maybe we are recognized. How many companies are listed in Singapore? 864, 500 in the main listing and maybe 300 in the other one. The non-listed companies don't need to have company secretary. So how it works, company secretaries of Singapore open corporate secretary and they are authorized to upload everything. So even if you want a document, even your common seal is lying with them. So it is possible that we as aspirant company secretaries can go there, but in the last 3-4 years with COVID and the sons of soil is a big thing. What is sons of soil? My country, I will give to me. Let me be very open. It's not so easy to get a work permit outside. So you may have the knowledge, but you may not get the work permit. Why you don't get the work permit? Because the local HR regulation says, have you made an application of this particular job outside? Have you screened all local people before you offer to this person? So here is a clue. How we can go then? Join a multinational company here, then you take an intercompany transfer. Intercompany transfers are much better available than you going from one place to another. Okay? So these are very, very critical. So what is our challenges? First, we have to look at ourselves. You have to come on time. Switzerland means 9 o'clock meeting means you cannot be before 8:57, you cannot be after 9. It is like Bombay train. Bombay office, if you know, 9 o'clock means 8:55, nobody will be there. 8:50, 8:59, sab aa jayenge. And these are elements of personality traits which we need to cultivate. Ability to say no, very important. What we do? Yes, sir, we will do it, sir. We know that is impossible. Raat bhar baith ke karne se bhi return khatam nahi hone wala hai. What will we tell the client? Haan, ho jayega. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This totally has to go when the flight takes off. Because you are accountable not only for you, but for a group of people. And hence, you cannot say just like that, no, but say no with a justification. That means what? You have to be structured. You should not have follow-up culture. Correct? So all these are very, very critical when you go abroad. You may know the legal laws, but how you live in that country's values and behavior is very, 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 very important. As you know, we have an habit of beach mein ghus ke jaane ka. We don't believe in queue system. Correct? You go to the restaurant, somebody will put their hand from here. Mujhe bhi de do, mujhe bhi de do. Now, these are things which a foreigner definitely looks at you from a long-term perspective. You have the ability to do your role. Will you go long-term or not? So I'm saying this all from my experience. When I first went into my company in Switzerland, I was the only Asian. I had fear, but confidence. And that you can only generate if you plan now itself. So somebody may be having a relative, let's say in Singapore. So today you have to plan. Say, what is that? That could be a challenge. Could be the resident permit. How to go, where to go, what else happens in that particular country. So these are very, very critical. And from a skill set perspective, from whatever I described, ability to say no is very, very important. Summarize discussion effectively. This is very important. Because in some of the Europe, you have these two-tier boards. That means your president is in the ECO committee, the executive committee, and they try to give all the compliances of the global company to the board. That means your ability to summarize briefly, perfectly is very critical. So there you will not be a note maker, but a good advisor. So that's very important. And there was also a question, I cut short this with the question that how do we handle emerging market? Okay, whether company secretaries can be effective in emerging market. Now, when you look at Brazil, when you look at Chile, when you look at Indonesia, when you look at Malaysia, South Korea, even South Africa, all of them have changed their corporate governance code till recently 2016-17. Okay, so that means everybody is there to go towards the governance system. Now, to look at governance in emerging market, what are the criteria? One is country level, the other is company level. What is from country level? Whether there is weaker regulation, whether the legal laws are very clear or not. From a company level, what happens? Ownership structure. Whether the ownership is family oriented, group oriented, because all this gives you a red flag of related party transaction, bargaining power of supplier, and that means the governance system can be still strengthened in those areas. So emerging market is an area where we can definitely shine, but it is the people, the investors inside that country has to pull it, which is happening. There are a lot of places where you have proxy advisors, even outside, they are trying to push the management, the shareholders and the board in order to see that they follow the governance. So this will be a good addition. Last but not the least, at this age, I still try to do a sustainability accounting standard, if you know the board, which became the value reporting board. Now we have to see that SASB, GRI, all these are very, very critical, especially if you are going for, because pension fund, hedge fund is going to be big. And there you need to understand what is value investing, what is sustainable investing, what are thematic bonds, how does it work, what materiality concept is required. And there you will break through faster than in this line, because the demand supply situation in certain other countries will push you to give the visa. Okay? So these probably, I thought currently we don't have much time on it. Otherwise I will go on. Okay, very good. Okay, that's good. Competition scenario. There was a question, what are the threats and challenges, which is good. You already saw 2 or 3 threats already explained. One is digitalization. See, today the regulator is much faster than you or your company, correct? In their technology. So technology innovation is very, very, very keen, and there we cannot forget that we have to also upgrade ourselves. Then you also have to see that your consumer preferences, what you sold today may not be there for 3. Look at Zomato. Anybody thought they make loss? That is a different thing. It's still surviving, right? Why? Because the younger generation is totally different than this generation or this generation, correct? Not for right or wrong. The generation is different. The total market behavior is going to change. That means what is going to happen? That the bargaining power of a supplier in your company could vitiate the situation for future. So either you have to mitigate by terms and conditions with him, and also see competitive scenario, what others are doing. Okay? Similarly, the bargaining power of customer has always been high. But it is possible sometimes you are a niche equipment, you push yourself. So these are threats which will come not to you as a company secretary, but as a business, because a company secretary can survive beyond the regulation of LODR only when you are understanding effectively the business and your mind is strategic in nature and you go beyond the duties of what is written in the book. Last but not the least, company secretary have less people with them to develop talent. I won't say eradication of talent. Talent will be a big thing in the future to come, because there are going to be so many avenues. Retaining talent will be the biggest threat from what I see. And last but not the least is keep confidence in you. Not because the next door neighbor went to Dubai for company secretary, you also start taking your bag. Look at you, look at your situation. Just tell you that it is not the expat payment that you are getting in countries as it was 10 years before. When I left in 2005, it was different. Today, it's all cost cutting. So please, you are capable of delivering governance anywhere in the world as a member of Institute of Company Secretary. That is confident, because we are born with the, what I should say, the trait of having trust, accountability, disclosure. All these are part of our flow in the blood, you know. But will you be able to really sustain it or not will be a question will keep coming. but sometimes seeing is believing. So try it, you will be definitely successful. Remember me when you are successful. Thanks a lot.
Sir, very well said. And the first thing which echoes in my mind, and Kaladi is very, very near to Cochin. Look at me, Aham Brahmasmi. In other words, Brahma lives in us, Brahma lives in you. It is the mindset, it is the confidence level which every individual has to exercise in order to venture a strategic, a decision to be taken, a mindset, as Madam rightly said. As rightly said, the strategies to be developed. And most important, the ways in which C.S. Malik had explained each and every aspect so far as the professionals are concerned. In case plunge into the various opportunities which are awaiting, and I am sure that our all dear professional members would seize those professional opportunities. As known to you all, as rightly pointed out by C.S. Malik, we already ICSI have made various memorandum of understanding with various countries with regards to the institute, a reciprocal arrangement which has been made. And more so when recently our beloved President, myself and Ranjit Pandeji, when we were in Dubai, and we came to know across there are many scope for company secretaries which we can undertake. The only hitch was that there are one or two laws, regulations which we need to incorporate in our syllabus. And being a member of the syllabus review committee which C.S. Ranjit Pandey heads, we have decided to incorporate it in terms of either an elective paper or in terms of having a post-membership qualification certificate, so that our members who wish to fly across the oceans and go abroad can easily be accepted. Because what we have seen is our members are having knowledge. Our members are far, far better than what we see the professionals across the world. So I am sure that with such efforts being taken by the institute and with the presence of our members, I am sure that new opportunities will flow across. Now, it would also be injustice if one or two questions, if I am not asking from the members who are present over here. Yes.
Just one, my personal side initiative is one of the question was, how do we see that the visibility of company secretaries in countries where we are not present, what we can do? My personal feeling is ICSI can do a road show in a country along with certain companies where the members are prevalent and say how governance, it is also possible that we invite even the government representatives and see. And that road shows in seeing and how the alumni of this, where they are, how they have helped to benefit the country or the company. This will be very critical, I think, in the next 3 to 4 years.
Thank you. Any questions from esteemed members? So, thank you very much, sir. I know with both of your presentation, all of our young esteemed members would be very, very encouraged enough to fly across and keep our ICSI flag high. Over to you, madam, for the formal vote of thanks.
Respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, my CS friends, a very good afternoon to you all. Success is the place where preparations and opportunities meet. So, as well said by our panelists, we have opportunities around us nationally and internationally in corporate governance, even though there is challenges and competition. So let us prepare for the person we want to be till the joy of tears come out from us. Thank you. Thank you, the panelist members, for giving your wisdom and sharing your thoughts. And I especially thank CS Jambunathan sir for telling some Malayalam beautiful words about Kerala and Kerala people. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Shagun, madam, for your inputs, for being with us. Thank you, Nagendra Rao, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, dear friends.
Thank you, ma'am. I now request CS Yogendu Nath sir, practicing company secretary from Kochi, to please present Shahid Ki Beti certificate to CS Jambunathan sir Malik. Further, I request CS Tulsidas sir, Senior Company Secretary from Kochi, to please present Shahid Ki Beti certificate to CS Shagun Madan ma'am. Shahid Ki Beti certificate is a unique initiative by ICSI wherein the funds accumulated under this fund are given to the martyr's daughter for her for her education. Thank you. I request all the members to please be seated. We are about to start the validatory session soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, our chief guest for the valedictory section, Justice Devan Ramachandran, Honorable Judge, High Court of Kerala, have already arrived at the venue. We request all the members to kindly remain seated as we will begin the valedictory session momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the conclusion of the 2-day National Conference of Corporate Company Secretaries, Company Secretary Pursuing Perfection. May I now invite CS Devendra V. Deshpande, President ICSI, to kindly accompany our chief guest, Justice Devan Ramachandran, Honorable Judge, High Court of Kerala, onto the dais. I also request CS Nagendra Rao, Program Director and immediate past President ICSI, to accompany our guest of honor, Shri S. Suhas IAS, Managing Director, Cochin International Airport Limited. I also call upon CS Ashish Mohan, Secretary ICSI, to kindly occupy his seat on the dais. May I now call upon CS Mithun Shenoy, Chairman, Kochi Chapter, onto the dais, please. Ladies and gentlemen, request you to kindly rise for the ICSI motto song.
कह देंगे हम संसार को कोई लक्ष्य नामुमकिन नहीं ज्ञान के और न्याय के हर राह को थामे हुए चल पड़े हैं झूम कर बस गीत ये गाते हुए सत्यम वद धर्मम चर सत्यम वद धर्मम चर सत्यम वद धर्मम चर कंपनी सचिव कदमों की हर एक गूंज में बस जीत का एहसास हो राष्ट्र प्रगति पथ पे हो और आत्मबल की आस हो जब भी चले इस भाव से खुलते गए हैं रास्ते आवाज हमने दिल से दी है गीत ये गाते हुए सत्यम वद धर्मम चर सत्यम वद धर्मम चर सत्यम वद धर्मम चर हर उन्नति के रंग में हर भारतीय हाथ हो उद्यम हो या उद्योग हो हर ओर अपना साथ हो जाना शिखर तक है हमें सच की कलाई थाम कर हम जीत के सुर छेड़ेंगे गीत ये गाते हुए सत्यम वद धर्मम चर सत्यम वद धर्मम चर सत्यम वद धर्मम चर
Thank you. May I now call upon CS Devendra V. Deshpande, President ICSI, to present Angavastram and Planter to our chief guest of the event, Justice Devan Ramachandran, Honorable Judge, High Court of Kerala. I request our beloved President to present Angavastram and Planter to the guest of honor, Shri S. Suhas IAS, Managing Director, Cochin International Airport Limited. Thank you, sir. I invite CS Nagendra Rao, Program Director and immediate past President ICSI, to deliver the welcome address.
Very good afternoon to all the esteemed members present on the dais and off the dais, and all the esteemed members present over here. Honorable Justice Devan Ramachandran, Honorable Judge High Court of Kerala, Shri S. Suhas, IAS, Managing Director, Cochin International Airport, our beloved President, CS Devendra Deshpande, CS Mithun Shenoy, Chairman of the Kochi chapter, CS Ashish Mohan, Secretary of the ICSI, all the beloved past presidents present over here, my council colleagues, all the esteemed panelists, speakers, past chairman of the SIRC, past chairman of the Kochi chapter and all other chapters of southern region, all the office bearers of the Kochi chapter and other regions, esteemed members present over here. Once again, a warm welcome to the valedictory session of the 3rd National Conference of Corporate CS. It is indeed a proud moment for me to welcome our chief guest for today's function. And what best the chief guest would be when we have our motto, Satyam Vada Dharmam Chara. Speak the truth, abide by law. And we always, in case of certain difference or dispute, go to your lordships for resolving some issues whatsoever we face. Give a round of applause to our chief guest, Shri Honorable Justice Devan Ramchandran, Honorable Judge High Court of Karnataka, in spite of his busy schedule, from Kerala. Sorry, I always... Kerala and Karnataka is one. Honorable Judge High Court of Kerala for coming and going to address our 3rd National Conference of Corporate CS despite his busy schedule. Look at this smile. Look at the conduct. The moment you see a personality walking across with head high, the posture itself indicate what kind of judgments are going to be delivered, what kind of message is being given to the society at large. Once again, a big round of applause to our chief guest. I also take this opportunity in welcoming our guest of honor, Namma, since he is also from Karnataka, Namma, Shri S. Suhas, IAS, Managing Director of Cochin International Airport Limited. I also welcome all the esteemed members, delegates present over here, and all those esteemed members who are joined virtually for attending the valedictory session of the 3rd National Conference of Corporate CS. We had various technical sessions to start with the critical aspect of SEBI compliances, board BRSR, the responsibility statement, financial impact of non-financial reporting, evolving role of CS in the era of digitalization, leadership skill vis-a-vis the crisis management, and last but not the least, the opportunities beyond the boundaries. I'm sure that all these technical sessions what we have gone through have built more qualities in us so that we can deliver with the motto saying company secretary pursuing perfection, and I'm sure that we will do best not only for our corporate sectors, not only for our stakeholders, but nation as a whole. Once again, I welcome each and every member of the profession. And before I conclude and say thanks to each and every one of you, being the program director, I wish to thank each and every member of our professionals who are present personally and virtually for making this a grand event. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now call upon CS Mithun P. Shenoy, Chairman Kochi Chapter, to introduce Chief Guest of the Day and Guest of Honor.
Respected Chief Guest for this valedictory session, Honorable Justice Devan Sir, Judge, High Court of Kerala. Guest of Honor, Shri Suhas Sir, Managing Director, Cochin International Airport Limited. Our own President, Devendra Sir. Our own Program Director as well as Central Council Member, Nagendra Sir. Our own Secretary, Ashish Sir. Central Council Members, and my dear members and students. I welcome you all to this valedictory session. Third National Conference of Corporate CS per se is a grand success. With all your support, particularly my managing committee and as well as HQ, I should thank you all for making this event grand success. Now, my duty is to introduce Chief Guest and Guest of Honor. Let me introduce first Chief Guest. Shri Devan Ramachandran Sir was born on 19th March 1968 at Kochi and attended Bhavans Vidya Mandir Elamakkara at secondary school level, Sacred Heart College Tevara at senior secondary, that is pre-degree level, and the Government College Ernakulam to graduate as Bachelor of Law. He was enrolled as advocate on rolls of Bar Council of Kerala on 9th March 1991. He then joined chamber of his father, Mr. M.P.R. Nair, Basis in Law and Senior Advocate to Commerce Practice of Law. In a few years, Sri Ramachandran Sir set up independent practice primarily in constitutional law, company and corporate matters, banking and financial and commercial laws. He was designated as Senior Advocate by High Court of Kerala on 21st November 2015 and was appointed as Additional Judge on 5th October 2016. I welcome you, sir, to this valedictory session. May I now introduce our guest of honor, Shri Suhas Sir. Shri S. Suhas Sir, an engineer turned IAS officer, is well known in the state of this pragmatic brilliance and diligence. This tech-savvy officer has already initiated many administrative programs effectively integrating technology with governance. A native of Bangalore, he is a qualified electronic engineer, graduated from PS Institute of Technology, Bangalore. He cleared the UPSC exam in the year 2012 and was assigned Kerala cadre and started off his career as Assistant Collector of Ernakulam. With his first posting as Sub-Collector of Fort Kochi, his first decision was to renovate the RD office there. A welcome move, the office today stands tall and shares its beauty along with Fort Kochi Beach. Subsequently, he emphasized on the use of technology for effective administration. Believing that an administrator should be relieved of grievances of public, he has structured the administrative functions of Fort Kochi office in a smooth and hassle-free so as to provide their redressal on time. He was appointed as District Collector, Wayanad in the year 2018 and then transferred to Alappuzha. He took charge as District Collector, Ernakulam in the year 2019. During his tenure, he bagged the Best Project Officer Award for Kochi Smart City project. He was also appreciated for his effort in introducing a proper mechanism to curb illegal land reclamation and land mafia. His reluctant efforts adaptation of technology were instrumental for district in controlling COVID pandemic. His move to set up first oxygen war room in Ernakulam prompted government of Kerala to give instruction to all district administration to set up oxygen war rooms where real-time data on oxygen inventory in each district could fed to centralized system, and redistribution of cylinders was done effectively and with much accuracy. After completion of his tenure, Government of Kerala has given his post of Managing Director of Cochin International Airport Limited, one of the reputed establishment in country, in the year 2012 June. He is also officering the post of RBDCK. With this, I welcome Suhas sir to this program. Thank you.
Thank you, Mithun. May I now call upon CS Devendra V. Deshpande to deliver his presidential address.
Good afternoon all. So this will be the last time I will be speaking you on a formal platform on this third National Conference for Corporate Company Secretaries. I welcome our chief guest and guest of honor, Justice Devan Ramchandran, Honorable Judge of Kerala High Court, and Shri S. Suhas, IAS and Managing Director of Kochi International Airport Limited, to this valedictory session. A valedictory session is always a mix of emotions, wherein we had wonderful time in last 2 days. I must say that Mithun said that it was a successful conference. I as a president, I feel that whether it was successful or not will be decided by you people, but I as a president am really satisfied with the way this conference has gone up and the way everybody, you all have supported this event by first registering, second attending, and third enjoying each and every moment of this conference and learning from all the 5 technical sessions which we have done. So I must, on behalf of Institute, give you a big round of applause for your wonderful participation. And without your participation, this program would not have been successful, and it would not have been satisfied feeling for a president at this point of time. I must also thank our program director, Nagendra ji, who is part of this core team working very hard for this particular conference. He had certain medical emergencies at home, but during last 2 days, we could not even feel from his face that he is going through this difficult time, but I must appreciate his efforts, and thank you very much, Nagendra ji, for taking this conference to the highest level and doing this wonderfully well. I must also thank our Banu ji, because she is the lead for this particular program, along with Preeti ji, Khushbu, both the comparers, Manju and Madhulika. We must give them a big round of applause because they handle the entire show. Not last but not the least, the entire managing committee, Smita from Kochi chapter and all other chapter chairmen who were present here, they have been real support for the institute in this wonderful cause of carrying this torch of national program of corporate company secretaries, and it really motivates me for doing further national programs. So I would like to tell you that on 17th and 18th of June, we are going to have our National PCS conference, maybe at Lonavala. So we will be coming out with block your diaries, and we will surely let you know. And I expect that the institute will get similar response from all the members and students all across India. As Honorable High Court Judge Kerala is present, let me tell you 2 initiatives of the institute which we are taking it forward. It is related to the judicial mechanism. Institute is coming out with a arbitration institute in South. So we will be setting up our arbitration institute at COE Hyderabad. COE Hyderabad is led by Nagendra ji. So we are we are working on it, and maybe this year we are coming out with Arbitration Institute, which will definitely, we are anyways allowed to act as arbitrators. As company secretaries, we can act as an arbitrator. So we are coming out with Arbitration Institute, which will empanel our arbitrators. We have already done basic and advanced level, 2-level courses for arbitration, and we also have a PMQ, so post membership qualification course. So we give, institute gives diploma degree for in arbitration. So we are working very hard on this particular point, and we are soon going to set up an arbitration institute at COE Hyderabad, and once that is set up, we will go and expand our boundaries beyond south. So we will have different places wherein we will have arbitration institute. In addition to that, we are also working, sir, on mediation, because as per Companies Act, we are allowed to act as mediator, even though Mediation Act does not per se allow us, but it does not also restrict us. So in view of the commercial dispute courts coming up and mediation being the first stage of any commercial dispute resolution, we are trying to set up a mediation center, mediation institute, because though the mediation council rules are yet to be set up by the government, just last week I was fortunate enough to meet our Kiran Rijjuji, our Minister for Law and Justice, and I told him that institute will take efforts for taking forward the drafting of the rules and regulations for mediation council and its progress. So we will be soon acting as mediators also. So these are the two initiatives which I wanted to share with all of you, because Justice High Court is present here, so I just wanted to share with you. Two more initiatives I would like to tell you, and before I close. One, today we have signed a in-principle approval. We have taken an in-principle approval for entering into a MOU with Department of MSME in West Bengal. So I think Sandeep Kejiwal ji, the initiative which you have taken for entering into a MOU with Department of MSME West Bengal, it has been approved, so soon we will be entering into a contract MOU with them, so that MSME related issues can be sorted out by the institute. They will give training. A lot of MSME entrepreneurs will come into picture, and they will connect to institute, and our members will get benefited. And one last initiative which I would like to share with you is institute would be soon coming out with Startup Sarthi project, wherein all the startups will get compliances, incorporation, and further registration related support from the institute and its empaneled members. So these are the few initiatives which I wanted to share with you. At the end, I must once again thank all of you for being part of this wonderful event, and I am really going from Kochi as a satisfied president. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It is my pleasure to invite our guest of honor, Shri S. Suhas IAS, Managing Director, CIAL, to address the gathering.
Honorable Justice Devan Ramendran sir, respectful Judge, High Court of Kerala, all the office bearers of ICSI, and my dear friends, very good afternoon. Firstly, I would like to thank ICSI for giving me an opportunity to be here and address you all in this prestigious function. It gives me immense pleasure to be here and to meet many of you from the most prestigious professional bodies of the country, the Institute of Company Secretaries of India at the 3rd National Conference. I discussed few things with your representatives before the start of this function, and I learned that the Institute is rendering significant service to the corporate world by helping it to upkeep the corporate ethics, and also I hope this national conference has already deliberated on this topic. I convey my appreciation to the Institute of Company Secretaries of India for its commitment towards ensuring good governance across the Indian corporate sector and for the nation's growth, development, and self-reliance. It is said that company secretaries are the conscience keepers of the corporates. You work as the sentinels who ensure the compliance of company laws and regulations. You are the minds who ensure that the business and enterprise align their practices to achieve larger socio-economic objectives of the country. As we all are aware, company secretaries hold a distinguished place in the Indian economic scenario. In fact, in the last couple of years, I had the privilege of working with one of the brightest company secretaries, both in government sector and semi-government sector. When you look at CIL, it is a government-controlled company, sort of a semi-corporate. We have subsidiary companies as well, and we work with a couple of company secretaries. So all of them actually guide us as to how to take our matters and get it cleared in the board, but within the legal framework. And when you look at government setup, I'm MD of Roads and Bridges Corporation as well. There also we have a company secretary who aligns along with the government rules and regulations and ensures we take the company forward. The modern day company secretary is a true guide of the corporates, handholding the board, protecting the interests of all stakeholders, and more importantly, ensuring adherence to the laws of the land in letter and spirit. Company secretaries possesses the power to influence the nation's corporate governance framework, so to abide the law in letter and spirit by all professionals, and this would give rise to well-governed business, boosting the economic sector, helping the nation towards rapid economic growth. India is a country where corporates have a large contribution for growth. After the period of liberalization, the country's growth entered into another trajectory with high speed and wide reach in holistic growth. One would say companies are the backbone of Indian economy, where earlier the position was held by the agricultural sector. As India moves ahead in its journey of becoming self-sufficient in various sectors, it is professionals like you who would be playing a key role in reviving the economy and strengthening the foundations of corporate governance. In this national effort to raise the standards of living of our people, we all are working together to enhance our economic output. We have set a target to become a 5 trillion economy by 2025. For this goal to be achieved, we need each and every business stakeholder to not just contribute, but give their best. Your role as company secretary remains one of the most valuable in this endeavor. Your sincerity and hard work strengthens our economy and as much as our democracy as well. Rule of law, after all, is the fundamental on which democracies grow and prosper. We are all still grappling with the eventualities caused by COVID-19 pandemic and its impact on the economy and livelihoods. However, it is to be noted that India has fared reasonably better than many other nations, including the developed ones in its fight against this coronavirus. And we are taking steps in reviving the economy. Hence, we all have to take a concerted effort in making our economy robust again. Institutions like yours will be playing a key role in putting the economy back on the rails with a focus on good corporate governance. I'm happy to note that your organization's vision is to become a global leader in promoting good corporate governance. Undoubtedly, it is a wonderful objective. India is transforming itself at a very fast pace. Our people are looking forward to a better life. Our approach in fulfilling their dreams has been to promote good governance and ease of living while we create good economic opportunities. An efficient, fair, and just corporate governance system forms a key component of our nation-building matrix. And you, as company secretaries, have a seminal responsibility to fulfill on this account. You have been entrusted with the task to implement the company laws, connecting our people in villages, towns, and cities with boardroom decisions. Your integrity and honesty determine our commitment to a just society. I wish you the very best in your endeavors ahead, and I wish the Institute of Company Secretaries of India years of achievement and success. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. May I now call upon our President, C.S. Devendra V. Deshpande, to present Shahid Ki Beti certificate to our guest of honor, Shri S. Suhas IAS. Shahid Ki Beti is a unique initiative by ICSI for providing financial support to the girl child of martyr to support her higher education. Under this scheme, ICSI will be presenting certificate to the dignitaries of its various programs, and in a year, the total amount so accumulated will be donated to the daughter of a martyr. Thank you. It is my privilege to call upon our chief guest, Justice Devan Ramachandran, Honorable Judge, High Court of Kerala, to address the gathering.
Good evening. Now, in most accounts, a valedictory section is like the last class on a Friday evening for a school student. You want the teacher to stop, dead stop, and walk away. I am fully aware. I will not add to the tedium. I promise you. I don't know why this is shifted here. Great privilege to be here. This is the second time I have been invited by the Institute. I believe, I did not remember the year. I was told by Mithun that it was as early as in the year 2017. It was almost as if it was yesterday. Did I inaugurate it or close it? I inaugurated it, so therefore I close it today. It was a great organized session on that day, and it is no different today. I don't reckon the empty seats. I know they are all traveling away. I can't blame them because they have spent 2 days in my beautiful city. I hope you have all seen my city. I was born and brought up here. This is a wonderful city. Many of my friends who travel, my friends, either lawyers or judges who travel, tell me so much about my city that I look at it differently every time. Because when you're born and brought up here, you never see the city. You never understand what your city is. Sometimes you wonder whether Kochi is that so beautiful when people tell me so much. So I just traveled to Chandigarh and Justice Deepak Sibal, who presently sits at the Punjab and Haryana High Court, who was telling me about Kochi, and I was turning back to see whether I was in the same city. So I hope you have seen my city, you have seen my lovely state. This is the God's own country. I didn't call it so, but I believe it is so. Now, the best thing about a valedictory section is that you know everything. You've been told everything, right? You've gone through all the sessions. I don't have to tell you anything at all. I don't know what you've been told either. But then, you know, it's a customary thing to close it with a reflection on what you did in the last 2 days or so. I've seen many of the members here. It's a virtual homecoming. I know many of them. Not all of you, but many of you. And it's just a coincidence that two Devans are holding center stage today. One from Kochi and the other from Pune. So Mithun, of course, I know him for a long time now. And Mithun was just telling me that we meet outside also, socially. Now, one thing which Mr. Devendra said struck me. He said that we are moving into arbitration and mediation. I don't know if he said that because he knows that I am in jurisdiction today. I am the arbitration judge as of today. We change once in a while. And I have appointed company secretaries in 2 cases. Lawyers are generally very reluctant to either cite or agree to a company secretary to be the arbitrator. Believe me. It takes me a lot of goading to them. I say, come on, I know the company secretaries because I've practiced almost exclusively on the constitutional and company side, corporate side. I have associated myself with great company secretaries. I'm not taking names because if I take one and I lose the other, he will not speak to me. But I've worked with a lot of company secretaries as a counsel and as a senior counsel. And they're all brilliant. I know that most of you are, or perhaps all of you are equally brilliant, if not better. So you are ideally the best arbitrator, provided you know the nuances of the human mind. Mediation takes it far on a step ahead. So when you try to mediate or to arbitrate, essentially what you're trying to do is to deal with the construction of the human tendencies. So if you know how to deal with men, if you are a man manager well, you can become a good mediator or an arbitrator. Keep it aside that mediation and arbitration can pay you very, very well. The 4th schedule to the Arbitration Act starts with a fee of 45,000 or so, goes up to 30 lakhs, an added initiative for you to be a good arbitrator. So arbitration is not a bad thing, and I'm happy that the company secretaries are now, you are also now awakening yourself to the possibilities, the myriad possibilities of mediation and arbitration. As at present, the High Court has a list of company secretaries, as in the case of chartered accountants, lawyers, engineers, etc., as the list of arbitrators, and I choose from them. I generally make it a point not to use my personal knowledge about the company secretary or the individual for making my choice. I have my own methods through my registry. We find out about your competence, we find out about your niche expertise, and then make the choice. And it's been very difficult because when I see the kind of names that are now featured in our list, I think it's only about 11 or so. Now your institute must be having tens and maybe hundreds of members, but then we only have 11 or 10, if I'm not mistaken. So please come along. You're most welcome either to make an application to the High Court to be an arbitrator or a mediator, or you can move it through the institute now that they are coming forward with this. Now, your motto is extremely invigorating. You are people who have possibly heard this every time, but then for me to hear it after 5 years, you would have seen me, I was looking at the monitor and I was trying to read the words also. We have a monitor here. So if you're wondering, anyone wondering why I was putting my face down when the motto was being sung, it is because I was reading it here. It is your problem that you kept it here. You should have kept it there. I would have put my head up. As Mr. Rao was saying, I normally walk with my head high. I'm always inspired by the words of Tagore, where the head is held high. So that motto should be your guiding path. Everything that you require in a profession is there. And that's a motto that should apply to every profession, not merely you, to us, to the lawyers, though the truth generally is never associated with a lawyer. But then I know that. But then that is a motto that we should be following, particularly as a judge. Now, your capacities as a company secretary have evolved over the years. You know that. I don't have to tell you that. So when I interact with a company secretary, I talk to them either in my capacity as a judge or when I was a counsel. I used to tell them that you are not merely a person who takes down the scripts from the board meetings and then implements it. You are now the experts. You are the people who should now govern the manner in which the board or the policies are evolved. You are not merely a secretary to the board or to the chairman or to the managing director. You are now a coordinator, you are a governance man, and section 238 or 228 of the Companies Act defines you as a key managerial personnel. No, section 228 to 238 defines you that way, right? Key managerial personnel. 238, of course, defines your, it enumerates your duties. So therefore, I have not lost my law yet. And therefore, please understand that you are not merely somebody who mechanically assists the chairman or the managing director or the board of the company. You are the people who now lead it. Whether the managing director would agree to it doesn't really matter. Because even without him knowing, it is a company secretary who takes the lead these days. And that is what you should be doing. Now, I was enamored by the tagline today, Company Secretary Pursuing Perfection. For your information, we have a fundamental duty in India under the Indian Constitution. Article 51, capital A, enumerates the fundamental duties. You are all aware of the fundamental rights, section Article 19. But not many people understand that you have duties. That is Article 51, capital A. There is a sub-article, Article J, that obligates every citizen to perfection. The article says that there is a duty cast upon every citizen to achieve perfection, because if every citizen becomes perfect, India becomes perfect. There is no country but the citizens. Analogically, when you are all perfect, the institute becomes perfect. So this is in the selfish interest of the institute that you've been asked to be perfect. But then you have an obligation in law and the constitution to do so. So I congratulate every one of you. I hope I have not taken the tedium too long. I congratulate all of you for having spent 2 days meaningfully in my wonderful little city. And I hope that you will all turn out to be the best in the field, so that India, as it is now marching, would be the world leader in a few years' time. I'm proud of my country, and I'm proud of my citizens, and this is what I do on my bench. Every judgment that we deliver it understanding the impact that India can have on the world and on the business field and in the Make in India concepts. It is you who have the acme role to play. Keep that in mind and keep doing what you're doing best. Please do that. Add value to yourself. Every day should be a day of progress. Not that you can't have fun. All work makes Jack a dull boy. But then Jane also, it becomes a dull lady. But then every day should be a day where you add value to yourself. Every experience that you experience, that you encounter, must be something that you add to yourself. You are not doing this for somebody else. You're doing this for yourself. As I said, when you become good, when you become perfect, our country becomes perfect. This is exactly what we are all trying. Whether you are a lawyer, doctor, engineer, chartered accountant, company secretary, it doesn't matter. When you endeavor to be the best, when you add value to yourself on a continuous basis, I always say, I'm definitely a far better lawyer than I was when I joined in the year 1991. And I believe that I'm a better lawyer than I was yesterday, today. So that should be the way you should be trying to evolve. Adding value to yourself. Don't take your job in a mechanical or a mundane fashion. This is a job that can give you a lot of satisfaction if you understand the nuances and the purlieus of your perimeters of your responsibilities. And the nation depends upon you, because we are now dependent on the dynamics of business and commerce, where to lead it to the position that it is entitled to. So thank you again, and thank you so much for having endured me for the last 7 or 8 or 9 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your joyous and energetic speech. May I now call upon CS Ashish Mohan, Secretary, ICSI, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, all of you. Good afternoon. With a lot of, after that speech, I think you should all have become vibrant enough. His Lordship Honorable Justice Devan Ramachandran, Honorable Judge, High Court of Kerala, Shri S. Suhas, Managing Director, Cochin International Airport Limited, President of the Institute, Devendra Videsh Pandey, Shri Nagendra Rao, Immediate Past President and the Program Director, Mithun, Chairman, Cochin Chapter, Balasubramaniam, former Chairman, SIRC, all the MC members, dear all council members and all the members present here. Indeed, we had a great 2 days. And I know that we are coming to the end of the 3rd National Conference of the Corporate CS.
Dear friends, we had an excellent session. The session began with the inaugural session which was inaugurated by the Member of Parliament, Lok Sabha, Ernakulam constituency by Haibi Eden. We had been graced by the presence of Dr. K.N. Raghavan, Chairman T-Board. And we had, during the day, great technical sessions ranging from critical aspects of SEBI compliances, BRSR, financial impacts of non-financial reporting. Then we ended our day with a great memorable journey to the territorial sea of Kochi. And indeed, I can say, as Honorable Justice was sharing, I also tried to understand my city more. I also was learning from the eyes of all the delegates that Kochi is really beautiful. So thank you, entire managing committee, for making this arrangement. We started today with the technical session on evolving role of CS in the era of digitalization. We had a special session on leadership skills with regard to crisis management and also opportunities beyond boundaries. All the sessions, I'm not naming the faculties and the moderators for the paucity of time. All the sessions were deliberated very well, and I know there is a lot of value additions which you are going to take back home. And we were really blessed, indeed blessed, with the presence of the Honorable Justice, and I really thank you, sir, for that wonderful piece of encouragement this afternoon. And of course, your words of thought with regard to our presence being there more in the field of arbitration. I request the Kochi chapter to please take it very, very seriously. We will do all our help which is required from the headquarters. And I request our President, Devendra Deshpande, to kindly hand over a Shahid Ki Beti certificate to the Honorable Justice as a token of our gratitude. Thank you. In fact, friends, when we speak about arbitration, as I announced yesterday in the inaugural session, this is the book which has been worked upon with great efforts by our Center of Excellence on Arbitration. And we will be sending you to your registered address, to all the delegates, the copy of this copy, to all the persons present here. So kindly make use of this great material. I also place on record my sincere thanks to Shri S. Suhas, IAS Managing Director, Cochin International Airport Limited, sir, for your gracious presence this afternoon and encouraging us with your kind words. Dear friends, such a huge program and managed so well. This requires a tremendous efforts, and what can I say? The efforts which has been done by the managing committee and the leaders and the employees from ICSI is incredible. To start with, I thank our respected President, Devendra Deshpande, to first of all hosting this program in Kochi, my own city, and the entire city taking it, and the managing committee taking it so seriously. Thank you, managing committee members. I also thank immediate past President Nagendra Rao and the program director. Of course, as he said, Karnataka and Kerala are the same. Of course, he is also same for us. He is like our representative in the Central Council. Thank you, sir, for all the support throughout. I thank the entire council members for their continuous support throughout this journey. I thank SIRC chairman and the entire SIRC team for being with us. I thank especially Bala Subramanian ji, chairman, previous chairman of the SIRC and a proud member from Kochi, for all your support. And I thank Mithun, chairman Kochi chapter, and the entire managing committee members, Baiju ji, Madhu, Sharat, Kiran, and Nikhil. Thank you so much. I thank the entire ICSI staff led by Preeti ji, Banuji, Khushbu, Sanjeev, and all others. I'm not naming everyone. Thank you, all of you, for making this event a memorable one. I also want to place on record my sincere thanks to both the comparers, Manju and Madhulika. Excellent work. Excellent work. Also would like to place on record my sincere thanks to Himanshu and team for the excellent support and technical support they have been providing throughout this program. Also would like to place on record the hospitality provided by Radisson Blu. Thank you. This program would not happen without the support of the sponsors. I really sincerely thank the entire sponsors, ranging from the gold sponsor, BPCL, RE Sustainability Limited, Saffron Capital Advice Private Limited. Our silver sponsors, Bank of Baroda, BSE Investors Protection Fund, Central Depository Services Limited, the South Indian Bank Limited. Our sponsorship for kit, pen pads, etc. was provided by Geojit Financial Services Limited. Kind sponsorships were provided by Double Horse Spices Products, Harrison Malayalam Tea. We have also been provided with support by advertisement in our monthly journal Chartered Secretary by Premium Medical and Healthcare Providers Private Limited, Synthite Group. The stalls were provided by Taxman Publications and Board Pack INC. I thank you each one of the members who have been present here, and all those members who have attended this program virtually. I think you have made this program a grand success. I think this has become one of the most memorable events of ICSI. Thank you, each one of you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, and thank you from the entire team ICSI. Thank you. I also would like to announce a couple of programs coming up. We have a Karnataka State Conference of Company Secretaries on 14th and 15th of May. I think most of you might have already got the flyer. It's going to be held at Mangalore. So request all of you to use this opportunity to attend the said conference. Also, as President has already announced, we would be having our national PCS on 17th and 18th of June, most probably at Lonavala, Pune. And we have our major program under the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav on 9th June at Delhi. So I request all of you to make use of these opportunities and to support the ICSI as ever. Thank you, all of you.
I request the managing committee members, regional council, and the staff of our institute for a group photo. Please come on the dais. Council members, please. Please come in. Regional council members also. Please come in, fast. And the computers also, please come in. And the volunteers also. Yes, please.
They say all good things have to come to an end. Similarly, our third National Conference of Corporate CS have also come to a conclusion. We hope these 2 days in Kochi have helped to polish your knowledge and would help to take back good memories back home. We request all to kindly rise for the national anthem.
मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा। तब शुभ नामे जागे, तब शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे तब जय गाथा। जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता।